It's incredible to find out. I mean, but there is no truth in this universe. There is because every system must have a ground zero that is a made up ground zero. Every system, like let's say the English language as a system, or let's take the English dictionary as a system. So every word is defined by other words. So it's a self referential system. So
Yeah.
right, it's like floating, it's not grounded. So there's no ground truth to the English language, obviously. But the same goes for math.
I don't,
Hmm?
I don't think anybody's like making propositions necessarily. Like the English language like isn't making propositions, but like
But the same
for
goes
math, sure.
but the
Uh,
same goes for the math language. Math is just another language that is self-referential. And so is logic. Logic is a self-referential language or system. No system is grounded on some absolute truth. There is no absolute truth. So
yeah, I mean,
hmm?
I'll probably say I'm agnostic on that, but like I'm sure there are some assumptions that we have to make to get.
Ex-
There's assumptions that we make to get started with like logic and morals, like such as there are no true contradictions, and
right.
um
So I mean, whatever it is, I mean, even the word, right? You said there are no, right? Right. You need to define the word there, but again, you get into this infinite loop of the dictionary. Any dictionary is a self-referential system. So every system ends up being self-referential. So all systems end up being, you know, not absolute. They end up being relative to themselves, or self-relative, or relative. So there's no absolute truth. So
um
there's so
okay,
not so nothing can be
yeah.
absolute. So we have no access to absolute truth or absolute knowledge.
uh, by all you mean by absolute knowledge is like when someone says there are no true propositions, they're just some things that we accept without further
But even
argumentation.
when you say there are no, right, you need to define the word there. Are, you need to define every word. And we know already you're in trouble. So you cannot get off the ground. You're stuck.
Um, I mean, I don't think that makes you necessarily like stuck, just as long as the same person accepts those things.
But accepting it is accepting what is essentially a lie, right? If it's not grounded, then what's the difference between that and a lie? So you're accepting a lie. So your entire system is a lie. So any system is a
Wait,
lie.
wait, wait. What do you mean a lie?
Well, if we assume there's either truth or false, either truth or a lie, right? If you're accepting something without evidence, how is that not accepting a lie, right? If you're right, if I'm saying
By lie, do you just mean something that's false? Usually, I take lie as something that's like deliberately
right, yeah, I
false,
mean
lie
false,
to some
sure,
other true fact has
yeah,
happened.
sure, false. But if you're knowingly accepting false, then you're a liar, right? Right, you're
Well, I don't
knowing
not. What statement is false though?
any statement, because any system is unfounded. No system can ever be founded. All systems,
That there are no true contradictions.
yeah.
Like I feel like that's a
I don't even know what that is. There are no true whatever, but whatever you want to say. But even the word there, any word you would use, you're in trouble. It's That's already based on English. That's already a self-referential system. That's already unfounded. That's already false. If it's not true, then it's false. So,
That's-
what?
If it's not true, then it's false.
If we assume it's either true or false, if we assume, right, I'm simplifying the discussion. If we assume any statement we make is either true or false, so the English
Probably, yeah.
dictionary, the English dictionary is false, right? It's not true. It's false. There's no truth.
Okay. What does that even mean?
Math
The
is not
English dictionary doesn't like the English dictionary doesn't like make propositions capable of being true or false.
fine. Okay. But so is math, and so is logic, and so is any statement. So you can never make either a true or false statement. I'm fine with that too. There is no truth and false. That's fine. So claiming that there is truth and false is lying.
There is no truth.
I mean,
I
well,
don't
well,
sure that there isn't truth and I'm not even sure what that things
there,
cannot be true and false at the same time. I
no,
feel like that's the same thing as
no, I'm not.
saying there are
No, I'm not.
no true contradictions.
No, no, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying nothing. You can never refer to anything as either true or false because
Like,
you're
do you
saying
believe that nothing is true or false?
yes, correct. That's what I believe. All we're left with is everything is
You don't
relative.
believe that. You don't believe that. Okay.
I live a practical life. I'm a pragmatist. So if you ask me if 1 plus 1 is 2 on a daily basis, of course. But is it really true? No, there is no truth. Truth is not relevant to anything that we have access to. In the absolute sense,
Do you,
we have no access to truth or false. Those values are inaccessible to us.
okay.
So I live
But
my life.
from
Go ahead.
so do you like not accept there being like no true contradictions? Like you don't think that
I don't
you
think
don't
in
think that's true.
I don't think in absolute terms because it's useless because the word there is undefined. It's not well defined. So what's the point in thinking in absolute terms? I never heard this even statement. There are no true contradictions. I don't even know what those words mean ultimately. Like if you want to talk in rigorous, like if you want to use rigor, then everything poof disappears. There's nothing you can say rigorous
Do you not know what I'm saying when I say those words?
in the rigorous sense, right? Everything disappears when you apply absolute rigor. So
I don't know what you're saying right now.
so right, it goes back to the dictionary being a self-referential system. So because
Okay.
it's self-referential, it doesn't have a ground truth. There's no grounding. There's no word that everything is built on. There are no those few words that are true that the rest of the dictionary is sits on top. Right? It's everything is
I don't understand what I don't understand what that even means. Like
the,
a word isn't capable of being true or false. That's doesn't make any sense. I don't know what you're saying.
okay. So fine. So you
Like
agree,
how can a word be true?
but if a word
Like how can the
fine.
word black be true? Like I don't. What does that mean?
I understand and I agree, but can two words, if one word cannot be true, can two words, can a combination of multiple words be true? If
If it
one
forms a
word, what?
proposition, it can be capable of being true or false.
Go ahead, make a proposition that is capable of being true or false.
It is raining outside.
Okay, define it. Right? You see the problem?
Define it.
Yeah. I mean, can you define it? Right? You're gonna get into an infinite circle. You're gonna
Define
say
state of affairs.
what?
I mean, yeah, you could get into an infinite loop, but I feel like
But if
it's
you
you could you're finding ways to just convey the same
yes,
sentence.
I
You're
agree.
just finding ways to convey
Yeah,
meaning.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But those things aren't. those things aren't capable of being true or false.
Right. Look, so again, so as a pragmatist, I live my life and I can tell you if it's raining outside or not. But
Okay.
in the absolute sense, it goes away because it can never be well defined in the absolute sense. When you apply absolute rigor to the word it goes away. You can't. It's part of a self-referential system. And any system you'll ever come up with has this issue that there is no ground truth. You can try, but you never get ground truth. There is no ground truth to build any system on top of. So,
Okay. What is the? I don't understand. I don't think this is like a problem as long as everybody just accepts the same grounding.
okay, how do you know they accept the same grounding? How do you know? How do
You
you?
just ask them.
Yeah, but then you get into, the two generals problem. Like you can never be 100% sure that they mean what you mean. But even between you and yourself, like if
Well, yeah.
you
I mean, like there could be, I can never be 100. I could be a brain and a bat right now. Sure. Like
you
you
can be
know,
what? Batman and
I could
Robin?
be a brain and a bat right now.
That's not even, I'm not even talking about that. I mean, still you, right? Access to truth is irrelevant. This is something you can never have, no one can ever have. If we meet aliens who are billions of years old, like incredible godlike civilizations, and they tell you we have achieved absolute truth, they're lying. Absolute truth is inaccessible.
Sure. But like, I mean, if someone's talking about absolute truth, like I have to find what lies like lies beyond like the meaning of words and stuff. That's just not even
But
some non self-referential language. Like I'm not even interested in
anyway,
conversation. I'm just interested
okay,
in like the stuff that we agree on. That's the ground floor of like there
fine.
not being true contradictions and like
Okay,
that stuff.
okay, fine. So look, if you want to live life practically, then fine. I live life practically, and that's fine. But that's not absolute rigor. Just as long as we all agree we have no access to absolute knowledge. Like you always have to be aware of this epistemological horizon of absolute.
Yeah, uh,
That's it.
sure, but I just don't. I'm just not interested in that because it doesn't have any implications that I would care about
No,
for anything.
no, it's critical to know that there is an epistemological horizon, that there is a limit. You need to be aware of the limit because people
Yeah,
very quickly in any debate, in any discussion, they very quickly say, but do you actually know? How do you know? It's like very quickly it reaches the limit. It's so you have to make sure, okay, I don't actually know absolute truth. All I know is, I measured with my eyes or with my tools that have this tolerance of accuracy within limits, within practical limits.
epistemology, sure.
Right.
Like how we know the things we know, like the
It's not,
evidence that someone
but the point
would
is,
need to like confirm to believe something is true and stuff like that.
but
And
the
those can
point
be
is, there is a limit. You don't have, no one has access to absolute knowledge.
sure, but like, I'm trying to figure out how the main reason I was bringing up the axiom thing is I'm trying to figure out how that like weaves into the conversation about like
So any
name the trait in veganism. Like I don't understand the relevance of that. Like if someone just accepts
you if
like
you're if my
like the grounding
proposition
of basic rules of logic.
if my proposition is an ax I'm just showing you that veganism is based on an axiom. So ultimately it's an axiom, right?
Well, everything is apparently. So like,
Fine,
what does that mean?
fine, but no, but right. So there, you cannot apply moral high ground to an axiom. That doesn't make any sense. an axiom is nilly willy. If you think you can validate an axiom, then it's not an axiom. Then go ahead and validate it. But then you would need other axioms. Ultimately, you'll reach some axiom that you cannot validate. That is the ground truth. But then your whole system is based on a fake ground truth. Your whole system is fake.
What
You're
do you mean
always
it's fake? Wait,
there's
what do
no
you mean
ground
it's fake?
there's no
Oh,
ground truth. Right?
well, then everybody's system is fake. Then,
I
like, what is
agree. I agree. So there's no
fake?
moral
But
high
that like
ground.
that's a weird definition of that's a weird
No,
usage of the term
no,
fake.
no. There's no moral high ground. What I mean is there is no moral high ground it's fake. Your ethics are fake. It's just an
Well, isn't
axiom.
okay. So like
Everything
when
is
you say
fake.
your,
Nothing
oh my
has.
gosh, okay, whoa. You're just repeating yourself now. Like I heard you when you said it the first time.
Hmm.
Don't ramble. When you say it's fake, like you're using some different version, like weird usage of the term fake, and to where every belief ever would be fake. And so you're saying that, well, because like these beliefs are fake, nobody can ever claim moral high ground over anybody, which is like, that's such weird usage of the term that someone could say, like, I can't claim moral high ground over Hitler and I live a decent life. Like that, like that's the types of definitions we're using. Like, doesn't that sound a little bit weird that nobody can claim moral high ground over Hitler?
I don't claim to have a moral high ground over Hitler. I don't see it.
Okay. Yeah, like, well, okay.
A lot of people don't have moral high ground over Hitler. I certainly don't.
And
I
do you think there's any moral high ground at all for anything?
No. It's
Do you
these are
think there are actions that are do you think there are some actions that are better or worse than others?
No, there's nothing better and worse. Everything is based on an axiom. It's all axiomatic. It's
Do you
nearly
have any preferences?
You can prefer vanilla over chocolate. You pretty much that's it.
Do you prefer murder over non-murder or vice versa?
Not really, because like sometimes you do want to murder people. The fact that you don't murder them is because society will punish you. I don't think there's anyone has a preference not to murder. We don't murder because of an optimization. We usually don't murder, but sometimes we do murder.
Do you have
Like
do you have
sometimes
do you think people have a preference against infinite torture?
for themselves, sure, but for others, they don't care. I don't care if somebody else suffers. If I see a cat and the cat suffers, I suffer, but that's my suffering. I can see a video of a cat that died many years ago. It no longer exists, but now I'm suffering because I see the video. It could be an AI generated video. I could read a book about a fake cat and cry. I'm suffering. It has nothing to do with the cat. But if I see a cat
Okay.
suffering, I suffer and I care about me.
Okay.
It,
So let
there's
me try to do this with like the two possible worlds.
Okay.
So in a world, you say one world is just our world,
Okay.
normal world, and then there's another world where there's some being outside of your knowledge in this world that is being tortured for infinity, completely innocent, didn't do anything. That's just happening to them. Are these worlds equivalent to you?
No, you said in one world, right? As soon as you told me, right? Once you told me, then I already know. So to tell me that it's outside of my knowledge, you're creating a contradiction. So I don't know how to deal with
I
that.
don't know. Wait, what's the contradiction?
You said it's outside of my knowledge. If you tell me something is outside of my knowledge, it exists outside of my knowledge. That's a contradiction. Once you told me it's in my knowledge, to tell me it's outside of my knowledge contradicts that you told me about it. So I don't know how to deal with
Well,
that.
no, like the person. Okay, so you're viewing like a hypothetical you
Okay,
inside of another world. I'm
sure.
not asking. I'm asking how would the hypothetical you in this second world?
Like either like right now, I'm convinced there are alien worlds. where aliens are suffering. I'm convinced of that because every alien civilization ends up in extreme North Korea like dictatorships. Every alien planet ended up like that. I'm convinced of that. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't even like I know it's true, and I don't even know if I can apply the word sad. I just know that's the nature of this universe. But so
Okay.
okay, what? There's nothing I can do
So
about
like
it. Hmm.
you only care about like your own suffering.
I don't know how else. Yeah, how what else can I do? Like when I see somebody suffering, I'm suffering. Okay, I'm suffering because they are suffering. I don't like anyone suffering, but what can I do?
But okay.
As soon as I know, if I know somebody that I hate is suffering, like sometimes I hate someone so much that I want them to suffer, and then I don't suffer, then I'm happy when they suffer, but only a little bit. Then very quickly I turn
So
around and I'm actually I suffer because they suffer because my
when you see videos of like farm animals suffering, do you suffer?
I usually don't see videos of animals suffering. I usually see animals happy in farms, and I'm happy that they're happy.
Okay.
Like in most farms that I see on YouTube, the animals are very happy. The animals, it's like a family. The animals and the humans, all the animals and the humans are like a family.
Okay. Well, that's here.
It's what?
Just watch that video. Does that make you feel a certain type of way?
Of course, I don't. I'm not gonna watch it, but of course, I can watch videos of animals suffering. I've seen videos of animals born without legs, without eyes. You
No,
know,
I mean the stuff where like we put pigs in like gas chambers and stuff, and they like suffocate.
I don't
Their
like.
lungs burn.
I saw a video of a dog being euthanized, and it was crying for a couple of seconds, and it still made me feel terrible. But it was getting euthanized because it was old and and full of cancer, and they wanted to put it down. But even putting it down takes a few seconds, where the dog is in shock that it's dying. What look, at the end, everyone dies. At the end,
Do you
everyone
have a
dies.
pref-
I
you have a
don't.
you have a preference against dogs being euthanized if it's like if they're like having if they're immensely suffering?
I'm against suffering for usually like when I see sometimes like you see an alligator being eaten by a huge python, then I'm happy. I want it to suffer and I want it to suffocate, and sometimes I see an alligator eating a python and I'm probably just as happy because I hate both. Sometimes I like watching animals suffer, or I like hearing about evil people that I consider evils, that I hear they suffered.
Well, take farmed pigs, for example. Does that bring you joy that pigs are
It
put in gas
depends.
chambers?
It depends on look. It depends. Look, at the end, everyone dies. So if the pig would be,
Okay, well, all right. You would not be giving this response if I said, did it give you joy that we put Jews in gas chambers?" Like, you would not then give, "Well, everyone died." You would not say that if someone asked you that
I
question.
wouldn't
So
look.
why
I
well,
told
I
you
don't
the
understand why you can't answer
problem.
the pig question.
Wait, hold on. Look, I don't eat pigs. I hate pigs. I hate pork. I don't eat pork. So don't worry about it. I don't care. I don't care about the consumption of pork because I hate the flavor. I hate the texture. I,
Do
it's
you eat beef? Do you
no,
eat
no, no.
beef?
But let's talk about pork. Let's talk about pigs
You
because I'm.
well, that's more comfortable for you because you don't eat pork.
But that's the point. I still don't want the pork to. I don't want the animal to suffer. I'm not evil. I don't enjoy anyone suffering. It
Like,
doesn't give me joy. So of course, if I could,
are you okay? Are you okay with the suffering?
what does that mean? Am I okay? What does that mean? Can I fix it?
Do
No.
you think it's no, do you think it's a moral issue that pigs are
I
suffering?
don't. I don't. I usually don't bring up the word moral. I don't bring it up.
Do
I
you
don't.
have a preference against pig suffering?
Yes, I would rather.
Okay,
I don't want to. If I could, I would create a universe with no suffering. If I could.
right. So do you think someone would be someone that um, purchased products which cause the suffering of pigs? Would you consider that to be something that's against your preferences?
Yeah, I mean, if I could not cooperate with, suffering, with any suffering, that's my preference. But that's just a preference. It doesn't mean that it's a
It's your
critical.
preference to not cooperate with any suffering.
My preference is to not cooperate with any suffering, but my preference is
Okay.
vanilla.
I
Oh,
cooperate with any suffering. What do you mean?
what?
Like, for example, I'm sure you're aware that purchasing animal products causes suffering. Is that not an example of you cooperating
But
with any
but
suffering?
but look, I suffer. I suffered during our first discussion. I suffered. So what can I do about that? Like there is suffering built into this universe. It's
Yeah, you cannot cause more of it by avoiding animal products.
okay. So I understand what you're saying. So it's not just about reducing suffering. If I wanted to reduce suffering in this universe, then I would be happy.
It's not about reducing suffering. It's about not causing suffering.
Fine. I'm saying if I could remove, right? If I was
You're like creating the suffering. That's what's happening.
okay, I'm trying to answer your question. Look, about
That's
suffering
that's an important distinction though.
between what
Like
and what.
reducing suffering, like suffering that's already there and you're
It
taking away
doesn't
from
matter.
it,
It
and
doesn't
actively
listen,
creating suffering.
but listen to what I have to say. It's important. So the calculus of suffering is important, but it's only half of the equation. You also need to look at the joy. So right now, I'm enjoying this conversation, but there is a little bit of suffering. Right? My life is full of suffering here and there and a lot of joy, let's say. That's why I want to live my life. Sometimes my life is full of misery and very little joy. Those are times when I consider, killing myself. But, most of the time my life is pretty good, so I don't kill myself. But if I would look at the suffering, so my life is always full of some suffering. So, but then I would want to kill myself. But no, that's not how I calculate life. I try to optimize my personal life. I try to maximize my happiness and minimize my suffering. That's how I look at any other creature in the universe. Like every animal always suffers a little bit, but it also has some joy. On average, most creatures, most of the time, have mostly joy, I would say. Otherwise, they would kill themselves. So when I see a pig suffering, okay, but it's not perfect, it's not pure suffering. It also lived a good life. And in return, it's suffering towards the end.
Sorry,
What?
it lived a good life. What are you talking about?
Let's assume, right? So you're saying the
Why are we assuming that? That says it's wrong.
I don't use the word wrong. The right? I'm looking.
The truth value of that proposition is false.
What do you mean the truth value of that proposition? Which proposition? That the
That
animal.
farm animals live a good life.
Well, it depends. Like so, as I told you, I've watched many. There's many YouTube videos you can watch of farms that the animals are very happy. They have a very good life. So I'm assuming.
Are the animal products that you purchase? Do they live a good life?
I mean, I try to not even because I care for the animals as much as I care for the products. So, like when I buy eggs, my preference is that it's like free range, and and the same goes for the beef and any and milk, any product that's food that I buy, my preference is that the animal had a good life. But even if I buy leather, my preference is that I didn't cooperate with the suffering of animals. If I know about it, I'd rather know that I didn't cooperate. If I had
What
an
do you mean you're
alternative,
not like you
one,
these animals live in like outrageous conditions. Like they're
no.
stuffed together. Like they're stuffed together. Um,
Assuming, look, so
and they're packed together. They're like have to entrapped in very tiny spaces their entire
no,
lives, and beaten. Their children are taken away from them at very young ages. You put them in gas chambers. We slit their throats across a conveyor belt. Like the
that's
atrocities in the animal agriculture industry. Like you have this image in your head of like most farm animals living on this like great plain and them just eating grass their whole life, and then when they get older, like they shoot them in the back of the head or something. Like that's not what happens.
okay. So just like you said, the image in my head and so on, that's how I view you. So the image in your head is some disinformation that you have
I'm sorry.
stored.
What's false about what I said?
I'm saying it's disinformation, just like you said,
What was false? What was
my
false?
like you said, everything you said about me, I'm putting a mirror to you and I'm showing you the flip image. That you believe what you believe is I believe is disinformation, just like you believe that I believe in disinformation.
Yeah. But what's the disinformation though? I believe.
Like you think that animals in farms suffer, and like there's different farms. I'm sure some farms the animals don't suffer, suffer very little. They mostly have very joyous lives, and
Yeah. The vast majority of animal products come from factory farms.
okay, but I don't see the point of discussing the vast majority when you go to the supermarket, if you and you can choose what type of product you're buying, so you can consume animal products that had mostly very joyous lives if you care, and I do
Such
care.
and you do that.
I told you that's my preference.
Yeah. What's the product labeled?
What do you mean?
What's like? How do you know? Is it like named Good Life Animal
It
products? Like what
says
is?
it says on the box. It says on the box, uh, very little information. I wish it said more,
Yeah.
but
What does it say though?
I don't have a box in front of me right now, so but
Roughly.
like I'm traveling. But anyway, I usually look for free range and green, and I look to see that they show me images of cows like out in the wilderness having a great life. That's what I care. Like when I buy
So,
milk, and
like, uh, are you aware of what free range means in your country?
I understand that there is issues with these definitions. I wish I could
So,
know more. Look,
the issues like free range really just being like,
I'm familiar. I'm aware of.
yeah, actually a
I'm
very trash existence.
I'm
What?
aware.
Wait, hold up. The certified free range requirement is 2 square feet per bird.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Yeah.
Um,
So, do you think that's an amazing life? That's a great life to you, living in 2 square feet of space
look,
your entire life.
look. My point is, if I have a choice, look.
No,
If
if you no, honest, dude, you know it comes off as disingenuous when you say that, oh, these animals live good lives, and then you say you already knew that free range was in 2 square feet of space, and then when I ask you, do you think that's a good life? You just back off it completely.
I don't know where you're taking this conversation. What's the point right now?
Okay. Point I was trying to get at is
Mhm.
I'm not understanding the relevance of just saying something is an axiom. Like I don't get how that
I don't
allows
like.
you to
I personally
name the trade for you. I don't
not.
understand that at all.
It's not the fact that everything is an everything. Literally everything must be at the end an axiom. That really has nothing to do with name the trait. That just means that even
Why did you
veganism.
even bring it? Why did you even bring it up with in our conversation then? It has no relevance.
There's no moral high ground to veganism over Nazism. That's my point.
You okay? So What do you mean by moral high ground?
What do I mean
Because
by
I'm just
more?
gonna type this out.
You want to type it out? Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no moral high ground
Hmm.
to veganism. What do you mean by moral high ground?
At the end, we said it's preference, right? Moral, we said is preference.
There's no okay. When I say what do you mean by moral high ground, I'm looking for the term or definition that I can just replace with the word moral high ground, and the sentence still like makes
But
sense.
I understand. So, right, but right, I can ask you, what do you mean by moral high ground? Like, that's the problem. The problem is that these words,
But it's your proposition. It's your proposition.
yeah, but that's also
But
why I said,
you give the definition. It's you know what you mean when you say it.
yes, yes. But this is why my main proposition.
Give me a definition.
Look, listen, hold on. I'll try and give you anything you want. Just listen.
A
The
definition.
reason, hold on.
A
Let me
definition. This is what I mean.
hold. I'll
What I
give
want is a
you.
definition.
I'll give you everything you want. Let me just say something. The
After
reason,
you finish what you're going to say, you're going to give me a definition. Is that correct?
I'll do my best. I don't have a reason to not give you a definition. I'm not running away. I'm here. But let me just
Okay.
say
Finish what
something.
you have to say,
Okay,
and then give me the definition.
sure. So the reason why I always end up with the same proposition that veganism is utter nonsense is just that. Like at the end of the day, you end up trying looking for the definitions of these words, and it's impossible to really define any word ultimately without going into an infinite loop, which means you don't really have an objective or an absolute definition. So ultimately, you just have to be aware of the fact that ultimately it's nonsense. Any statement you make is ultimately nonsensical. That's what I mean. That's that's what I mean by veganism is utter nonsense. Everything is utter nonsense, but so is veganism. Veganism doesn't have any moral high ground. It's just as bad or good as Nazism or anything else you want. Democracy, my shoes, it's all the same. It's all nonsensical, ultimately. Okay, now, do you want me
So
to give you a definition
yeah.
for morality? For right, we said veganism. Right, we're saying veganism is,
Are you streaming right now?
yeah. I always stream. Everything is streamed. Wait, did he disconnect?
No, no, I
Oh,
didn't disconnect. I didn't disconnect. Look at me.
yeah. I'm looking.
Do you really believe that I asked you for a definition for morality? Is that what you believed I asked you for?
What do you mean believe? I can barely hear what you're saying. I'm guessing half the words. Your audio is not
I
exact.
died.
It's what's the question? Where are we in the conversation?
I asked you a
Mhm.
definition for moral high ground.
Okay, so we need to define moral, high, and ground. Three words, right?
I, I think high ground is one word, but I mean it can be
Fine,
two words, whatever. I don't care.
fine. Okay, so
I don't care.
moral. Last time I checked in the dictionary is what what people think is like good and bad. Morality
I'm
is
asking you to term swap. Like I can swap the phrase moral high ground with a set of terms and it makes sense in the sentence that we're using.
so you want let's go with veganism is as ethical as Nazism. Let's simplify it. So veganism is as ethical as Nazism. So ethical system of ethics is a system of deciding what is good and bad. So veganism is as good as or as bad as Nazism.
Okay.
So veganism is as good or as bad as Nazism. As good as, yeah. Veganism is as good as Nazism. All right. Now you want to define good?
Sure.
What look, at the end it's going to be an axiom. I don't know how to reduce good. So good is already too much. You tell me
Do you,
what
do you mean it? Do you mean
what
it aligns with your preferences? Do you think it's morally equivalent, neutral?
the problem is that I don't use morality and ethics and good and bad and right and wrong because these are like ill-defined, mal-defined, undefined terms.
You can use a different set of terms if
I
you would
don't.
like.
I stay away from these values. I stay away. Like I'm scientific. Like everything I deal with is scientific. And usually
Right.
I demand
Yeah.
only scientific propositions. Like if it's not a scientific proposition, it's already false. Which is why
So,
veganism
so,
is
so what you just okay? If it's not a scientific proposition, do you believe veganism is as good as Nazism as a scientific proposition?
veganism is an unscientific proposition, and so is Nazism.
So, do you think the proposition veganism is as good as Nazism? Do you think that's a scientific proposition?
No, because good is not defined scientifically.
Okay.
We can
So
define.
this proposition that you just gave is false according to your own standards.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather not. That's
Okay, so
why
you don't believe. So you don't believe it. Let's go to a different proposition. Like let's try
Efren,
again.
Efren, I told you, like you always, you keep cutting me off while I speak, and I never do that. So it's not conducive. If you really want to have a discussion, then you should really try and avoid that. I see you're typing something.
Yep.
So you
It'll
you
take me
wha-
just a few
okay?
seconds.
Finish what you're typing. Then we need to take a break and have a meta conversation. Do you have much more to type?
Almost. Not much.
How much more? Can I go take a break, a bathroom break? Do you have much more? So enough for me for a bathroom
I mean,
break?
that's it. But if you have to use the restroom, you should go.
Okay, give me like 75 seconds. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back.
Okay. So I have fully spelled it out now. Um, you stated earlier the
Hmm.
proposition veganism is as good as Nazism because that's what you believe. You then stated if a proposition is not a scientific proposition, it is false.
Hmm.
It's you also agreed that um, the proposition veganism is as good as Nazism is not a scientific proposition. So it logically follows that veganism is as good as Nazism is false. So
Okay.
you're contradicting yourself by believing veganism is as good as Nazism and veganism is not as good as Nazism.
Okay.
So how are you going to resolve this?
Well, you see you're tending towards absolute truth, so you're always going to end up with contradictions because it's I don't think it's possible to avoid contradictions. Anyway, look. So what I'm saying is that in
That is
general,
pretty
look.
easy, actually.
Okay, look. So in general, I I don't like going into debates unless the proposition is scientific. That's in general. So, and that's
Okay,
why
well, this is an exception. I mean, the whole reason that we even started debating in the first place is because you gave an unscientific proposition, like
no.
veganism is nonsense.
So yeah, I made a mistake because usually, like lately, I changed it to veganism is nonsensical because it is unscientific.
Yeah, but you just think everything is nonsensical. So like, it's not going to be a critique against veganism per se. It's just going to be
No, I
critique
mean if
against
it's no, if
literally
it's
everything.
no, if it's scientific, then it's not. I define it as sensical. If it is scientific, then it's sensical. If it's not scientific, then it's nonsensical. That's like my premise. That's premise one.
Like, by science, by scientific, all you mean by that is like it doesn't have any
Scientific means,
like moral propositions.
that what? Your audio is terrible. What?
Do you just mean like not contain any moral propositions?
No, no. You can no. Scientific means observable, observable, testable. You know the scientific method. Can you scientifically evaluate the proposition? So, did humans evolve from apes? That's a
Sure.
scientific proposition. We can
So
evaluate
it's just
using
nonsensical to you if it's not a
if it's not if it's not scientific, then it's I don't know how to make sense of it, honestly.
okay.
So we could turn any nonsensical claim into a sensical claim. So we can take veganism, we can give it a scientific treatment by saying the natural phenomenon that we have observed, known as veganism, is prevalent in the West, or it's prevalent.
Actually, hold up. Wait, wait, wait.
Mhm.
We're gonna come back to where we are right now, but I do need the concession that you have contradicted yourself with the
Okay,
veganism. It's not something.
okay, okay. I stand corrected that I made a like I contradicted myself. Okay,
Okay, continue.
so look, I told you, I'm not in. I don't go into debates to win. I go into debates to share knowledge, to share ideas, which means to teach
Is
and hmm what?
your status on Discord is I usually mop the floor with everyone's face and debates lol smiley face.
But that's not how I enter debates. That's not my that's I try to avoid. I try to avoid going down that path. That's like when the other guy
Okay,
like when the other guy is really mean spirited and then I resort to uh, that
okay.
uh
Like
hmm
I don't really particularly care
okay
about like being nice in an abstract. sense. Like someone can look very nice, but also be like dodging all your questions, and like that's not nice, you know.
Sure.
So like the appearance of being nice is not something I really care about too
I'm
much.
not. I'm not. I'm not look. It's okay. I like appearing nice and being nice. There's no reason when you debate someone. Ultimately, there's no reason to be mean spirited. There's no reason ultimately to hurt somebody's feelings. That's not like I don't enjoy watching any animal suffering, including in a debate watching my debate partner suffering. That's not
Yeah, but you just like paying for it.
a what?
Yeah, you just like the meat so much that you pay for it to happen.
No, I don't pay for it to happen. I pay for animal products,
What
although
do you believe in supply and demand?
wait, let me finish the
What do you think
sentence.
happens when you buy an animal?
I agree, but let me finish the sentence. I'm agreeing, but let me finish. So I pay for animal products, although it involves their suffering. Like,
Yeah,
but even if I had a pet and I would do my utter best to take care of it, it would be, although, right, I keep my pet alive, although it involves its suffering. Like, I'm alive, although it involves my suffering. I do my best to take care of everyone around me, although it involves their suffering. There, we don't live in a perfect universe with zero suffering. We're
I don't
creating.
understand the relevance of living in a perfect universe that contains suffering to like whether or not you should cause more suffering. Like what is the relevance of you saying any of that? Like to me, it just sounds like I go up to someone and like, hey, like you shouldn't abuse your child. Like don't do that. And they're like, well, like no matter how I raise them, there is going to be some amount of suffering. Like
Mhm.
so, like what relevance does that have to you not doing the thing that's causing more suffering?
So when you punish a child, the child is suffering, but the purpose of the punishment is,
Yes,
to
but abuse is wrong though.
okay, fine, but listen to what I'm saying,
Like
right? So
someone bringing up like other forms of suffering that happens to their child that isn't abuse, like that's not going to be any relevant. That's not going to that's not going to be relevant or not to whether you shouldn't abuse the child. Same as
look,
like
the word,
if I say like animals are immensely suffering because you're buying this product, it's not going to do anything for me for you to say, well, we all suffer. Like that's of what relevance does that have to whether you should cause this specific type of suffering?
Efren, you really need to let me speak a little bit more because you keep cutting me off, and you like I know your position. I understand your question, and I think you can be enlightened by what I have to say. I'm here to share my knowledge with you, but you need to let me finish sentences just a little bit more.
Yeah, but like if you're rambling about something I don't necessarily care about, like I don't want you to continue, and I want to interrupt you because it's not relevant to what I'm talking about.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, it's up to you. So it's really up to you.
Yeah, like I mean, you were clearly going to just give another analogy, um, where you talked about some suffering that I'm not clear is wrong when I'm trying to talk about suffering that is very clear that it is wrong to me. So like that's irrelevant. You're just doing red herrings to me. Like you're just talking about stuff that's not relevant to the conversation. Like so, of course I'm going to interrupt you. Just stay on topic, and then that won't happen.
Look, again, you're devolving into the mean-spirited person you were in the original conversation. So
Sorry, what was mean about what I just said?
you're being mean. You're speaking to
No,
me.
I just set a boundary with you. I said if you keep going off topic, then I'm going to interrupt you.
Why
That
would
may come off as mean to you, but like no, I'm just setting a boundary with you. I'm telling you what I'm going to do in reaction to what you're doing, which is either dodging my question or like getting off topic.
okay? So why are you being mean? Why are you being why are you behaving this way?
I have no idea what is mean about what I just did.
If I were your boss, would you talk to me like that?
No, because I don't want to get fired. You're not my boss, so that's
So
irrelevant.
so let's pretend we're when you speak, pretend I'm your boss. When I'm speaking, I'm pretending you're
No,
my.
I'm that,
Why
no.
not?
I'm not going to pretend to be my boss.
Why not?
I don't see any reason to.
But you want me to continue the conversation, right?
Are you going to exit the conversation?
Am I what?
Are you going to exit the conversation?
Ultimately, yeah. I mean, if you're not
Okay, eventually you may enter the conversation if you keep going off topic and you keep um, dodging questions, and then I might interrupt you because you keep doing that. And then because of that, maybe you get frustrated and then leave the conversation. I accept that.
so
But I'm just telling you that if you keep doing that, yeah, I'm going to keep interrupting you.
do you want me to leave the conversation?
No, not necessarily. I would prefer that you just answer the questions and stay on topic. That'd be preferable.
Okay, so but right, we need to reach a deal that you give me enough incentive to stay, and that incentive involves letting me finish sentences. Indulge me just a little bit more. That
I've told you what I've told you what the boundary is. What's going to happen if you keep dodging
I
or
okay,
staying on topic. So
okay,
like that's just what it's going to be.
okay. I
If you can stay on topic and not dodge, then it's going to be a very productive conversation.
okay. So I don't know what to do because you're not letting me finish sentences. So it's a problem.
Don't dodge and stay on topic. That's all you have to do.
And I told you my limit. So we're at an impasse.
Are you incapable of dodging and incapable of answering direct questions and incapable of staying on topic?
Uh, Look, at the end of the day, right? I'm like in this conversation.
I like how I asked you a direct question there and then you proceeded to dodge too. Like that was a direct yes or no question.
Well, whether it's a yes or no, it's up to me to decide.
Yeah, that's why I asked you.
Hmm. And I decided it's not a yes or no.
It's not you decided that wasn't a yes or no question.
I decided to reply like a free person that I am. I'll
You
reply how.
decided to dodge. Yes. I don't like
Yeah,
how you're just doing the free person that I am. No, that's my joke. I talk about American freedom. It's me.
I can barely hear what you're saying. You don't you're away from your mic and there's echo in your room and you're mumbling. Anyway, look, if you want to have a conversation, then you need to be a little bit nicer. You were nicer in the beginning of the conversation, but now you're reverting into a not so nice person.
Do you think it's nice that you keep dodging questions? Like, and from my perspective, you're being mean to me by disrespecting me, by continuing to dodge the question and continuing to go on topic.
I'm not trying to dodge and I'm not trying to go off topic. I'm trying to be as engaging as I can.
Well, try harder.
I can't. I'm at 100% efficiency. That's it. So take it or leave
God,
it.
you're at 100% of your capacity. Okay, um, that's unfortunate.
It's reality. So it's up to you. You can end the conversation at any given
Reality
time.
can be disappointing.
It's up to you.
Yeah, we can go back. We can go
Mhm.
back to the original topic.
You okay, but you need to start letting me finish more sentences.
I will let you finish more sentences than I previously did in the last minute.
Whatever. Just be nicer. Just be like let me speak a little bit more freely. Like, please assume that I'm interested in not dodging and I'm interested in answering all your questions. That is my interest. I want to share with you all my knowledge.
Okay, I'll give you a clean slate until you prove me wrong.
Okay. So
Okay.
about abuse, let me just finish what I wanted to say about abuse. The word abuse, it's already loaded. That's like it's already like a bad word. It's like murder. It already includes the verdict that you killed someone without what society considers without proper reason. You had no reason to kill, and we're gonna punish you because you murdered. And right, so it's already loaded. It's not just killing; it's murder. And the same goes for abuse. You can abuse a child, or you can punish a child. So I'm not talking about abuse. I'm talking about punishing, right? When you punish a child, so there is some suffering, but you hope that in the long term you're helping the child. The purpose ultimately is beneficial for the child. That's why you're punishing the child.
Okay. Yeah.
So so
Um.
so when I
So
when I buy animal products that involves their suffering, I'm paying not because I want the animals to suffer. I pay even though I don't want them to suffer, but I do want to enjoy the pleasure of their products. I don't want them to
okay.
suffer, and I try to
Yeah.
minimize their suffering in the process, and I try to maximize their enjoyment out of life in the process, just like with myself and with my pets and with you and with anyone that I interact with.
Mhm. So if they just had like black people meat in the store, would you buy it?
I love black people. What are you talking about?
Do you love pigs or cows?
I love all animals.
Oh, okay. Well, would you buy it?
Would I buy what?
If they just started selling black people meat, would you buy it?
I told you, look, let's not go there. Like, you're trying to get me on, like, we cannot have an honest discussion with these gachus
I don't understand why you can't answer that question.
because it's a gachu. We cannot have that discussion.
What do you mean when you say gotcha?
Like, why are you asking this? We cannot talk about these things. These are like, look, let's talk about eggs. Right? Let's not even talk about meat. Let's just talk about the lowest hanging fruit, either eggs or milk. You know what? Let's talk about milk. So a cow had a baby and it goes of its own volition, right? The it finished
So I'm gonna interrupt you now because you completely just pivoted like hardcore. Like I asked you two direct questions. You're like you literally were like, I'm not gonna answer that question. Let's talk about this different thing.
milk. Let's talk about milk,
And I
right?
don't know I don't know how much clearer you could dodge than that.
Let's talk about
You
what's
might
wrong.
as well have just stated the words I just dodged.
I just dodged and I told you why. I cannot discuss
Yeah,
what you.
you said it was a gotcha, and so like let's determine if it's actually a gotcha.
No,
Like
no,
if
no.
you're
Let's
gonna contest
let's reduce.
no if you're gonna no, but like I can accept that there might be an objection to the question, and
Mhm.
you're saying that it's a gotcha. Let's determine if it actually is a gotcha. Like, what do you mean when you say that?
No, no, no. Let's just talk
Because
about
if it
milk.
turns out that it's not a gotcha, if it turns out that it's not a gotcha question, then you're gonna have to answer the question. So let's determine if it's a gotcha.
We can't. I cannot discuss this.
It's not possible. Why?
It's impossible because
Is it
I
logically impossible? What modality is impossible?
it's too it's we live we're talking on the internet. It's recorded. I don't want to get into that. I'd rather talk about milk. Let's talk about milk. Let's talk
Oh,
about.
so you think you're gonna get banned? Is that like that's an acceptable reason to not want to answer the question?
Basically
That's fine.
banned or
That's
killed. Like I'd rather not. Like yeah. So
fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
let's
We'll just
let's moderate.
I'll give something
Okay.
different to protect you from getting beat.
Let's talk about
Okay?
milk.
Yeah.
Animal.
Let's just say there was a thing that's not a human. It's a schmooman. Okay.
No,
And
no,
they just
no.
started selling
What's wrong?
that being the
What's wrong with milk?
hold up. It's a
I'm
schmooman.
offering. I'm
A schmooman.
offering.
You're
I'm
pivoting to a
offering
different thing.
you.
I'm changing.
But I'm offering you to talk about
I'm
milk.
not interested in
Why
your
not
offer.
milk?
I'm not interested in your
Why not?
I'm not interested in
What's
your
wrong with
offer
milk?
because it's a pivot. You're pivoting.
So what?
You're
Yeah,
dodging. You're
yeah.
dodging. I'm giving you a similar
So
question.
what?
I'm giving you an alternate question since you didn't want to answer the first one because you're afraid that you're gonna get banned. Like I don't know how many people are watching you, but like I don't know who's recording your stuff, dude. Um, it's late at night. Like no. Um, Schmoomin.
No, we're
Not,
not.
not
No, we're not discussing anything to do with meat. We're gonna discuss milk or eggs, but
why.
preferably milk.
So you're having a conversation about vegan ethics and you can't talk about meat
No,
products.
correct. It's
That's ridiculous.
well,
That's ridiculous.
that's the situation. The fact that you
Okay, well,
need
if that's the situation, the conversation's over. If you can't talk about meat products on a conversation about the ethics of veganism, then like, yeah, we're not talking. It's a
okay,
waste of time.
okay, it's up to you. Your choice.
Yeah, link me this video, please.
This video we're having right
So I
now,
can let everybody know that if they want to talk to you about vegan ethics, they can't talk about meat products.
I
Like, what
can
a joke.
I can specify it. I can put it in my profile. If 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 you feel it's productive. Of course, of course, no vegan would ever debate me because they cannot do the gotcha. They-
No, I already okay, I already did debate you, and you already did talk about this. You already did talk about animal products previously.
Mhm.
Like, so you're just lying, but you're just, folding your hands and saying, well, actually, I can't talk about meat products because I'll get banned on YouTube, as if like the vegan gains doesn't exist. But you're just, Avi doesn't exist, or like Ask Yourself doesn't exist. Like you're full of crap, and you know you're full of crap.
Here is
And yeah, that was me being mean intentionally.
here's today's video. This current video. So let me just change.
Appreciate it. I want to see
Yeah,
this uploaded after you're done streaming.
it's uploaded. It's always uploaded. It's live, always live. The
Cool.
Your name is Efren.
Yeah, my username changes all the time.
Why veganism is as ethical as Nazism.
You can
Hello.
use this as my username, Onyx, for the video.
Onyx?
Yeah, we used to go by Onyx Politics, but a while back. That was it's a good name.
Let me see.
I'm gonna change my Discord name to that right now, actually. Such a better
Onyx
name.
0475?
Yeah,
Or
sure,
just,
that'll be fine.
or, okay.
That's fine. Yeah. No more talking about animal. Like, don't put that on me, dude. Like,
What?
vegans will never debate me, and then like you say that you can't talk about animal. Like, don't. That's your problem. Like, that's not vegans' problem. Like,
Okay, I don't know what you want from me. I'm being truthful and like
no, you're not. You're not.
okay. Look, you can
You're not.
apply. We can discuss milk and you can
Your
apply.
other Okay, sure. Um, and I want direct yes or no answers. You can always elaborate, but the yes or no answers, I would appreciate them.
Wait, what?
For yes or no questions, I would appreciate yes or no answers. You can always elaborate after you said yes or no.
What
Like
do you,
that's fine with me. I have no, there's no problem with you explaining yourself. Um, but yeah, let's just do. We can do milk.
okay.
Um, um, so it's just going to be name the trait that if lacking in a human would
I can't
lead
hear you.
to
Your audio is breaking up.
name the trait that if
Mm-hmm.
lacking
Mm-hmm.
in a human being would allow you
Mm-hmm.
to factory farm said human being, take their children away and rape them
We're talking about
for
milk.
milk. For milk.
No. Okay. We're talking about milk. Let's talk about a farm in which, right? So
Let's
the
talk about a farm. Wait, hold on. What do you think it's wrong to purchase milk that is produced in that way?
what the well
That's what
define.
happens. That's what happens on a factory farm to produce milk.
Let's talk
Do you
about
not know this? Do you
what?
not know that? Do
Let
you know? Do you not know how milk is produced?
let's talk about a farm in which the
Do you
cow.
know how many? That's crazy. How many yes or no questions I asked and got an answer to zero of them.
So let's talk about a.
So, can I get a so yes or no to my question?
No, I'm dodging
You wonder why nobody engages with you. Jesus Christ.
because they would lose because I'm going to the essence, right? You're not trying to go to the essence. You're dodging the
The
essence.
essence, there's some deeper meaning upon what I'm saying.
You want the loaded part of the debate. You don't want the.
There's literally nothing loaded about what I asked you.
Okay, so you
I
wouldn't
could,
have
I could
an.
ask you the most basic. I could ask you the most basic question, and you would say it was loaded.
Okay, so
Like no normal person is going to say like what I'm asking is loaded questions. They would just give me a yes or no answer. In fact, they would probably just give me a no answer and say like no. Like it's not okay to do that to a human being. Don't do that.
look, if you asked me if I would be as an ant, let's say I had the choice to become an animal. Let's say I could switch or be born again as an animal in a farm.
Why would I ask you that?
Ender of Nyx. Uh
Why would I ask you that?
no,
Okay.
what do you mean? That's the ultimate question.
What do you mean? No, it's not the ultimate question.
Why are you making fun of me? What's going on?
Because
What?
you're not tracking. You're like you have an inability to stay on topic. It's like you're just getting visions all over the place. Like you're seeing things. Like you just have a thought that comes to your head and you're like, oh well, I should say that. And like you don't even think about it before you blurt it out.
Do you understand that
You
you're
don't think you don't think about like the relevance of what you're saying to like the conversation.
I'm going to ignore any comment you make about me. So either you want to talk about veganism or not. I'm not talking about me.
Yeah, I already did. And so like you're at the point now to where I can't talk about meat products and now I'm about to not be able to talk about milk.
Well, we can talk about a certain scenario that we both agree that a vegan. Well, let's test how much of a vegan you are and how much of a non-vegan I am. Let's go to that limit. So let's assume there is a cow.
What relevance is that to the conversation? You can't just bring up any random thing and just expect me to like bite onto it.
What
Like
do you mean?
why?
What do you mean bite? Are you afraid
Like
that
why is that?
are you
No,
afraid
it's.
are you
What
afraid
do
that
you mean, gotcha question? Are you afraid your answer is like absolutely atrocious, and that's why you don't want to answer?
it's not that it's atrocious that I told you we live right we were I'm doing a public discussion and there's certain things that it has to do with public perception, nothing to do with the truth, with veganism, with ethics. It has to do with a gotcha, with a soundbite. I don't want to get into
There's
soundbite.
literally no gotcha. There's no gotcha.
Then fantastic. Then let's follow my situation. The following scenario.
No, no. What relevance is it to what we're talking about?
I'm going to discuss milk, the production of milk, and ethical. What you
I
might.
already asked you. Yeah, I already asked you about milk. I just described to you how it was reproduced, and would you allow that in the human context?
So I'm ignoring that. I'll give you the scenario.
Yeah, why do you
This
just get to ignore that? That's the essence of the conversation. That's what we're talking about.
No, it's not. It's not.
Why isn't it?
You're giving a specific scenario. I'm going to give a different scenario.
That's literally what happens when we produce milk.
No, it doesn't.
So what doesn't happen when we produce milk?
We're not going to discuss it.
Oh yeah, you don't even know.
We're not going to discuss it. Look, it's
Yeah,
up to
every
you.
single time you pushed on it, it's just like we're not going to discuss it. We're not going to discuss it. Like
You're just trying to get sound bites. That's all you are. That's all that
you're just trying to get you're just trying to get sound bites.
I'm trying to get sound bites.
You're the person who has a YouTube channel, dude.
Okay.
Like,
But
how are you accusing me of trying to get sound bites? You're the one streaming.
mm-hmm. Yeah. And you want to get a sound bite on my stream.
I want to get a sound bite. I'm clout chasing you right now.
I don't know what that means.
I'm trying to I'm trying to grab on to your popularity right now. You have 200 subs.
No, no, you're trying to get me to say something that I don't want to say.
Then don't say it. Why?
I'm not going to say it. That's why I'm
Yeah,
avoiding I'm
don't have a
dodge
don't have a bad position on something.
nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. You're trying to
So, so is a gotcha question just any question that you don't want to answer? Is that what that is?
no,
Can you give me an example of a gotcha question?
you're look, it's up to you. Do you want to have a conversation in which I can speak freely or not? It's up to you.
This is embarrassing. You're actually a baby.
So, do you want to have a conversation?
I already agreed to the conversation. It's irrelevant. I don't know why you're asking that.
Okay, do you want to have a conversation in which you let me finish sentences?
Sometimes when you stay on topic.
Okay,
I already told you I was gonna give you a second chance, a fresh start, and then you like dodged and then admitted you dodged immediately after. So like, yeah, you're getting interrupted, kid. Like
okay. So,
I told you what the boundary was, and then I
mhm,
followed through on it. Why are you surprised?
okay. What do you want to do now? You're not letting me speak. So, what do you want to do?
I am letting you speak.
Okay, then
You prohibited me.
I'll describe a scenario of milking a cow. We can discuss it. So there's a cow. It lives a free life on a free farm, and it got pregnant of its own free will. And then it had a calf, and the calf weaned, and now the cow still gives milk. And there is a machine on the farm that milks cows, and the cow can always walk up to the machine and get itself milked. Would you drink this milk? Yes or no?
All of that interaction sounds consensual, but that's not what happens on factory farms.
But
So, I mean, yes, I would. I mean, I wouldn't find anything morally wrong with drinking the milk. I wouldn't drink it because I'm lactose intolerant. But you know,
so you would
in that situation, I wouldn't find anything. Nothing in that situation seems wrong to me. Everything seems consensual there. But yeah, that's not what happens on factory farms. So it's not relevant to the conversation of veganism.
Would you consider that vegan milk?
I would by vegan, do you just mean that it falls in line? Like vegans wouldn't take a problem with it?
Yeah. Would you say that vegan
I would just
gains can drink it, or Dr. Avi, or ask yourself?
I'm not gonna speak for their beliefs. But on first hear of what that is, like I don't think my intuition is no, but like I'm not confident in that. You know,
Hmm.
I prefer almond milk. They probably also prefer soy and almond milk just because one, I think normal milk actually just it tastes nice. Two, digestive system. Like
Yeah, but now you're switching topics, so please don't do that.
no, those things aren't relevant to the conversation. Like I admit that, but like
So don't do
um,
that. Please stop
yeah. So
doing
I already answered the question. Do you have a follow up? No. Did you not expect to get this far?
that. No, I mean, so why do you think vegans don't actually have, like like you go to the supermarket, there's no vegan milk. But when you go to YouTube, there you see these farms, they exist. Why aren't they getting vegan stamps of approval?
Vegan milk.
Yeah.
I don't know of any farms that exist like the one that you're talking
Well, there's plenty of them on YouTube.
about. Okay. Well, I don't know why they don't label their milk vegan milk. It's probably a question for the manufacturer.
Hmm.
I don't even know how they'd make a profit on a type of milk like that.
Hmm.
That seemed very unprofitable to me. Like you're telling me you're gonna raise a cow from birth, have wait until that cow decides to mate naturally with a bull that you got completely ethically, and then let that cow live its entire life, um, and then only take the milk from it when the cow wants to like walk over there and get milk.
Yeah. As far as
That's a
I
lot of labor. That's a lot of labor costs right there. It's a lot of labor costs. I have
where's
no idea how that someone would be running a profitable business like that.
where's the labor?
Well, you have labor to build the farm, which is that's going to
Okay.
cost money, and then you have labor to feed the cow. That's a lot of money to just to raise a cow in general. Like that's a lot of plants that you got to grow. Um, Money to acquire both the calf um, and the bull.
Okay.
Make sure they're make sure they're living comfortable, happy lives. So you got to make sure they're with other cows too.
Okay. But these farms exist on YouTube. You can see them. I've
Yeah.
seen them on
Okay.
YouTube.
So what? Like, do you have another question to ask me? Like,
I mean,
are you confused about my view? Like, do you
no, I mean the question is, okay, so how am I and you different? Like you consider this to be vegan milk, and I consider it to be just normal milk.
sure? I think this situation is very rare. But the thing that vegans are
What's
vying against is
where
buying the animal products where the
where
vast majority of animals are factory farmed, lived absolutely terrible lives, and you think it's okay to purchase those products, and I don't. That's the difference between you two. You think it's okay to pay for animals to be in gas chambers, live like be packed in very tight spaces, have their children taken away from them. You think it's okay to pay for that situation. I don't. That's the difference between me and you. Do you understand?
I mean, so what's your preference? So according to you, the right cows will go extinct, right?
According to me, cows would go extinct.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So
I'm agnostic on that.
so you don't care that cows, chickens, all farm animals will go extinct.
I have I don't have like an internal preference against a certain species, any species like going extinct intrinsically. No,
Okay.
I do have a preference against like
Hmm.
murdering them and sexually assaulting them. That's bad. You shouldn't do that.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
Like I don't think we disagree on anything.
Oh, so you agree with what I was saying?
I mean, I also have a preference for the world to be with no suffering. We have the same preference. We're the same. But this world is imperfect. This world is, suffering is built in.
Yeah, I think that I probably shouldn't murder other sentient beings, and you think that's fine.
I
But
agree.
we're not the same.
I agree. We don't disagree. It's not like I don't enjoy murdering. It's not like I enjoy it. That's the universe comes with suffering. Everything dies at the end. It's built into the equation. When you give birth to a person, that person will die. So
Why are you rambling about obvious things like that? I don't understand the relevance of saying that.
when you give birth to a person, the person will die, right? So you've caused
Okay, that doesn't
suffering.
mean that I just go out and murder people.
No, but you have caused, right? You agree
No,
that,
so like, what is the what's the relevance of you saying that?
but you agree that when you
Like,
give
you're just saying
birth,
like,
right? Don't dodge. You're dodging, right? You have to bite this
what's the question
bullet.
that I'm dodging? What's
Yeah,
the question that I'm
right. When you give birth to a person, right? The person will die at the end. The person, when you give birth to a person, it will cause the person some suffering, right? There's no perfect life. Everyone will suffer. So when you bring a person into existence, you're adding suffering into this universe, right? So according to you, creating a child, you shouldn't do that, right? Same logic.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I
Um,
don't believe that one ought to avoid all suffering.
you don't
Like,
believe
if
what?
that's the proposition you
Wait, what?
I don't think that one ought avoid all suffering, if
Wait,
that's
you
something
don't
that you
believe
believe,
what?
that I
One.
believe.
Wait, you don't
No,
believe
I
one
believe
can't? What? What?
one should avoid all suffering.
Okay,
I
then
don't
how?
hold that proposition.
Okay, then how am I different than you? Where's the difference?
Because just because you say that one shouldn't avoid all suffering, that doesn't mean that you think it's okay to murder people.
Yeah, I don't murder people.
Do you think it's okay to murder pigs?
I mean, I live in a society, and society, that's this is the societal norm, right? You murder mosquitoes, I assume.
Do you think it's okay? I'm sorry, I didn't appreciate the answer to the question. Do you think it's okay to murder pigs?
The word okay, right? I don't
Oh,
decide.
right. Yeah,
What?
you agreed with me when I said it's not okay to murder humans.
I
So
mean,
you are okay with so you can answer questions like, do you think it's okay to murder humans? So don't like when I replace the word with pigs, don't act like you can't answer the question.
I answered all your questions. If I want
No,
to
you
die,
didn't. I asked you, do you think it's okay to murder pigs?
If I want to dodge, I'll tell you I'm going to dodge that.
Yeah.
How
So
about
do you think it's
that?
okay to murder pigs?
I think we live in a society that
Do you think it's okay to murder pigs?
I'm answering your question. If
When
I
I
want,
when I asked you in the human context, you said yes, I agree. So you should just be able to say no, I disagree, or yes, I agree.
but
When I asked you, do you think it's okay to murder pigs?
you need to let me speak. Why do you
Yeah,
not
I
let
can
me
let you. You
speak?
can you can elaborate. Just answer yes or no, and then elaborate.
Mal, the question is malformed.
The question is malformed. All I did was replace the word human with pig.
Whatever. You can ask whatever you want. This question is malformed.
What do you mean when you say malformed?
So, right, we live in a society that decides.
Oh, sorry. What do you mean when you say the question is malformed?
I'm answering. I mean, the
No,
word
you're not.
I'm
You're
trying
literally
to.
not answering.
I'm trying to. Look, you're just
Repeat back to me the question that you're gonna answer.
whatever. Is it okay? Do you think it's okay to murder pigs?
No, no, not that one. The one.
Do you think it's okay to murder humans?
What do you mean when you say my question is malformed? That one.
You want me to
That's the question
explain?
you're gonna answer. Is that the question you're gonna answer?
Sure. So, right, the word okay, it's not what I think is okay. I just do what society says. I am a member of this society.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So when I say okay, I mean in line with your preferences.
My preferences are about chocolate versus vanilla. I don't have a preference about murdering anything. That I follow social norms. I don't have a preference either
Oh,
way.
oh,
Right?
so you sh- you should just do whatever the society says you should do.
There's not much of a choice. If you don't do what society says, they execute you. So that's the end of that. Unless, unless,
Okay. Does
unless you,
society say? You,
unless you win a world war, and then you can do whatever you want. Like
I mean,
if,
but
like,
society is gonna be fine with you.
you
Society is
could,
gonna be fine with you being vegan, though, right?
yeah,
Okay, so society is not preventing you from becoming vegan.
correct.
So it's just your choice on whether
Yes,
you want to be vegan or not. So
yes,
it's just really up to your preference on whether you want to be vegan or not.
yes.
Okay. So do you have a preference against independent of what society thinks about it? Do you have a preference against murdering humans?
I don't have a preference about. I do my preference is to stay alive, and if I hurt another human, I get executed. So I'm not gonna hurt other humans.
Yeah. So let's say that's not going to happen. Nobody's going to know.
So
Society's not going to care.
humans in general don't murder other humans even when given a choice. Humans in general live peacefully together in general.
I don't know why you're pivoting to talking about other humans when I just gave you a hypothetical
Hmm.
where society's not going to know about it. Because I said independent of what society thinks about it or independent of what, society punishing you or something like that. Do you have a preference against murdering humans?
In general, I have a preference not to murder anyone.
Okay.
Like,
So,
hmm
given that you said that going vegan or not is within your preferences because society isn't going to care which one you do,
hmm
is it just in your preference to murder animals?
um, I mean, I don't enjoy murdering anything. except for maybe mosquitoes and bugs that really annoy me. In general, I try not to
That's that. Hold up.
like maybe rats.
Sorry, that didn't answer my question.
Hmm.
Whether you enjoy it or not, that's not what I said. That's not what I take a preference to be.
So what is it? Then I don't know what a preference is.
So what you thought. So when I asked you, do you have a preference against murdering humans or not? You thought I meant, do you enjoy murdering humans? That's what you thought I meant.
Why would I? Why else would I do anything?
You only do things because you enjoy it.
I don't know any. I need a reason to do anything, right? We all need a reason. I'm a reasonable person. I do. I need a reason to
Okay.
do something. So
So
give me
you
a reason.
enjoy meat enough. You enjoy meat enough to where it's okay to murder the animal.
Um, yeah, you could say that.
Okay. So if I swap a human out, is it okay?
No, we're not going to discuss that. We
Uh,
can discuss. We can go back to the milk, but the milk you said is fine. So,
okay.
what I
Yeah.
was going.
Okay.
What?
So sorry. Sorry. I won't. I won't say. Uh, right. So okay. So pretty much, you're saying that in order to have a conversation with you about veganism, I can't talk about any of the actual atrocities that happen in the animal agriculture industry, and can't use any examples of humans to draw any analogies. Is that
You
what you're saying? Is that what you're
look.
saying?
I mean,
You're
if you,
restricting the
but
conversation that
your
much
whole.
on your 200 follower based channel because you're that worried about getting banned.
Okay, please don't switch the topic. So, um, look, I'm like you're trying, right? You're trying to convince me to become a vegan, right?
I have no idea who could watch this conversation
Okay,
and not
don't
come away just thinking, "Wow,
please don't
this dude is a
switch. Please don't switch the topic.
pussy."
Do you want to
But
try and do you want to try and convince me to be a vegan?
if I can't use literally talk about literally anything veganism has to do with, then like I'm gonna do that. Can't run NTT because you refuse to answer any questions. Can't talk about any of the common analogies
No, but
used to prove
look, I'm
veganism.
explaining to you. I'm
Can't
explaining.
talk about meat.
Look,
Can't
I'm
talk about.
explaining. Hold on.
I
Look,
can only talk about milk.
okay, stop
Like,
complaining. Stop complaining. Look, I'm
yeah, stop being a pussy.
stop. Look, I'm offering you to convince me to become a vegan, and I'm
I'm
offering
not gonna
you to
divorce you.
convince. Let me finish. And I'm offering you to convince you to stop being a vegan, right? We're trying to convince each other. My way is better than yours. Listen to me, you'll have a better life, right? We both believe it. So
Yeah, but like you're stupid. I'm not.
don't say it. Stop. Look, don't- stop.
Yeah, you failed to consider that one.
Stop.
Gotcha there.
Stop. Anyway, look, so what how can you convince me to be a vegan? Like what convince like I've heard all your arguments. I've heard right? I've heard your
No,
arguments.
you haven't
But
like run
basically
through any of the arguments
basically what you're
because again,
saying basically what you're
you're
saying
dumb, stupid, and dumb.
basically
So
what you're saying
you haven't listened to any of the arguments because you keep dodging because you're afraid
basically
of the answer. You're afraid of you're
I'll
just
tell
admit
you
it.
here,
You're a
I'll tell
coward.
you
You know what will happen if you run through any of the trait. You're gonna feel freaking guilty, and you're like, once you find out that this position is undefendable, then you might have to make a slight lifestyle change and go vegan. That's why you're not like letting anybody run name the trade on you, and you're making it impossible for any vegan to actually have a conversation with you because you're a coward. Like, just say that.
so look, during this conversation, you're not letting me speak freely. So it's difficult to
Yeah,
have a
I've let you speak freely. You just keep dodging. I set my boundary
I
early, and then you
dodged.
act
I do
surprised when I
when I want
follow through on my. I act surprised when I follow through on my boundary. I said if you keep dodging and if you keep avoiding questions and pivoting to different topics, then yeah, I'm gonna interrupt you. And then you're like, oh my gosh, you won't let me finish. Well, stop being a fucking like trash interlocutor. Get some better arguments. than just like running away.
Look, you're trying to convince me to become a vegan, and
Nope, you're not even going to engage with anything I just said.
no. So look,
Just
you're trying.
you're just going to repeat the same nonsense and then have a meta conversation.
Look, I'm going to steel man. I'm trying to steel man your position, right? So you're saying become a vegan because as a vegan, right, you don't like murdering humans, and animals and humans are basically the same, so you shouldn't murder animals as well. Okay. So obviously to me, animals and humans are not the same.
Yeah, so I agree they're not the same. So you've already strawman my position.
Okay, so if we both agree animals and humans are not the same, right? You agree that you know what? Let's go to a mosquito, right? You kill mosquitoes, right?
You don't even understand the vegan position. You've watched this many vegan videos and you don't understand still. Have you
I've
considered maybe the problem is you?
okay. Look, you're not having a discussion, so stop it.
I mean, yeah, I'm not having a discussion. You're just rambling at me stuff you don't know nothing about.
Okay, you're just attacking me. That's not you're not debating right now.
I've already tried to. You
Yeah,
just
but
keep dodging, and
okay,
like you
okay, but
blatantly
now
dodge.
you're not debating now. You're not debating.
Have I dodged any of your questions?
You don't let me speak. You cut me off mid sentence like I would say 99% of the time.
Chat. You know how I just asked him, have I dodged any of your questions, and then he didn't reply to the question right there. Is that how he dodged again? Crazy.
Anyway, what do you want to do now? Where do you
I
want
don't
to
know.
go?
I mean, I feel like if you're still confused at this point, then you might need to go back to like
Okay, okay,
middle school or like high school or something and know where it's all at. Like,
you're not debating. So do you want to debate or no? Do you want to talk? Do you want to converse? What do you want to do? Like,
is that you have a proposition that's debatable?
look, I can try. Look again, right? I'm trying to figure out what will convince you to become anti-vegan like me. Like I've
Do
done
you have an argument? Do
what?
you have an argument?
I'm
Do you have an
let,
argument?
I'm gonna. I mean, first I need to find a proposition, but I'm like I've told you, veganism doesn't have the moral high ground, right? You agree with that, right?
Yeah, you don't think that anything has the moral high ground. Like it
It's not.
doesn't.
It's not what
It's
I
not
think. Wait, it's
like
not what I.
nobody cares when you say that because you
Wait a
don't think
minute.
that anybody
Wait
has
a
a moral high
minute.
ground over Hitler. Like,
Okay,
you
so wait. So you
you
disagree?
think
Good. Then convince me. So you disagree. That's good.
no,
So
I disagree on this. I just
wait. So you
with
think
the I
veganism? Okay.
on my usages of the term, then I would disagree. But on your usages of the term, where literally everybody is the same moral value as a Nazi, where like nobody's better than Hitler, then yeah, I would probably agree because it's probably going to be something that's trivially true.
Are you
Like
better than? Are
everybody has
you
axioms that are unjustifiable or something like that.
okay? Then we're done. Okay. Then you agree that veganism does not have a moral
Yeah,
high.
do you have a proposition that we disagree on?
So you agree that, right? You agree veganism is as ethical as Nazism. With that, you
Yeah,
agree, right?
by when you say that,
No, no,
do you just mean
no, no. You
that
tell me
everybody like
whatever you,
the ground this
however you
no,
want
no,
it.
no, 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 no. I'm asking a question, okay, Mr. Slave? So
Hmm.
you're saying that everybody has axioms that are unjustifiable, and veganism and Nazism both have axioms that are unjustifiable,
Yes or
and so
no?
therefore
Just yes or no.
neither of them have the moral high ground.
Just
If
yes.
that's what you're saying, is that nobody has moral high ground over anybody because we're all built off axioms, all you mean by moral high ground is just it's built on axioms, then sure. Nobody has any like moral high ground over Hitler. But
So
that's
you
the standard
agree?
usages of
So
those
you
terms.
agree? So you agree
So
that veganism does not have a moral high ground over Nazism? Yes or no?
on those definitions that I just gave, yes.
Can you modify the definitions?
Did you hear the definitions that I said?
I'm asking you if you can. Yeah, I heard, but can you modify the definition?
Can I modify them?
Yeah.
Can I? Yes, yeah, any definition is capable of being modified.
Go ahead, then. You think you can modify veganism has the moral high ground over Nazism? Let me hear your redefinition. We can discuss it. Veganism is as ethical as Nazism. Yes or no? Tell me how you define it.
Vegan
We can.
is
What?
more ethical than Nazism.
Let's go with the veganism is as ethical as Nazism. Yes or no? Define it. Let me hear how you.
I already defined those terms, and then I said based on that definition, sure. But it's just trivially true. Like nobody's using the words like
Well,
that.
so you agree that veganism is as ethical as Nazism? Yes or no?
On yes, on the definitions that I would just
Can
define.
you? Okay, but can you redefine it? Can you play around? Is there any room to play with the definition?
What do you mean? Is there any room? Like I can change the definition, but
Go
then
ahead.
it might make a different proposition.
Go ahead. I don't
And
know.
it
I
can just have
mean, but within the normal use of these words, do you agree or
and
disagree?
on the north, no, no, absolutely not.
All right, then you agree with my main proposition that veganism is as ethical as Nazism.
On the standard usages of those terms, no.
Okay, then all right. Do you agree that veganism is uh, not scientific?
If all you mean by that is just that like it's a moral proposition, then that can't be evaluated scientifically. Then like sure,
Okay.
but like that doesn't like who cares? What's about yeah? Like you're just trying to
No, I care
I don't
because
know.
I
Like
cannot
it's like
evaluate.
it's like
I
you saying
care. I
like my
care.
iPhone isn't mathematical. Like okay, like
I
what?
care. I
Like who cares?
care.
It's not. It's
I
not meant to be.
I
It's not meant to
care.
be. It
I
doesn't matter if it is.
hold on. I care because there's no way to evaluate unscientific propositions.
Well, that's false.
Okay, make an unscientific proposition.
All right, sorry, hold up. Sorry. You think it's there's no way to evaluate unscientific propositions?
Correct.
Yeah. So you realize that's a proposition, right?
Yes, except for this
Okay.
proposition.
How you wait? No, no. How do you evaluate that scientifically?
Right. So science is
Right. So
unscientific.
you realize I could just put you in a situation where you would contradict yourself,
Yes. Yeah.
and
You
that would
always.
also be a fault. You would just have believed another false proposition.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're. Yeah. So neither of those are true. You just stated a proposition that you believe is true and false at the same time.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. You believe there are true and false propositions?
Well, since
You
words,
think a
since
proposition is true and false at the same time?
well, since true and false are just words, and so at the end of the day,
Mm.
they could you could
Are
show
you
that.
familiar with the principle of explosion?
No.
Okay. Um, it goes. Avi Avi or what's the name? AY could explain it to you better, but pretty much what happens if you just like reject that there aren't any if you reject that a contradiction like can't be a contradiction can be like there are such thing as true contradictions, then like nothing even like means anything anymore. Like I'm not even sure what you're
But we've been
what you're
through this.
saying, like what it
We've
even means for something to be true and false at the same time. I don't even know what that means.
I don't know either. Look, at the end of the
You,
day,
you don't know either. Like you're just saying stuff. Like you what follows from you saying you don't know either, like you don't know what it means to say that a proposition is true or false at the same time, and also saying that you believe in propositions that are true or false. Like you don't that means you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're saying. Like you're
yeah,
just blabbering stuff. You're not even thinking about saying it. You're
you
thinking about what you're saying.
you too.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
You
you are.
like
Define
what?
not. Define like.
Defined like
Hmm.
in what context?
Define like.
Can you use it as a can you use it in a sentence?
Define like however you want. Define like.
A preference.
No, you said like what? Define like. You asked me like what? I'm showing you again. This goes to the problem that
Oh,
it
that wasn't even a complete sentence.
fine, but this goes to the beginning of our conversation that a dictionary is
Yeah,
self-referential.
nothing has any meaning. Like I get it. Like there's some ground principles that you have to accept.
Yes.
Yeah, but you yeah, like that's irrelevant.
No, it's not. This nullifies
Like
any statement we
that-
can ever make is nullified.
it nullifies anything. So like you
What?
don't like you can't say that child rape is wrong because nothing means anything. Nothing means anything. So I can't say that it's wrong. I can't say that it's wrong. Actually, like you sound insane.
That's not an argument.
Yeah, I'm not making an argument.
Okay.
Do you have an argument to present? Do you have an argument to present for literally anything? Can you even form an argument? Do you know how to form an argument?
It's with you. It's very difficult.
Genuinely asking.
You
I'm
don't let
genuinely
me.
asking. I don't even.
But you don't let me finish sentences.
I'm genuinely unclear if you know how to form an argument.
Okay. Well,
That's valid.
okay. What do you want to do now?
Do you have a proposition that you have an argument for? Can you do that?
Let's try. So, since there is no advantage,
Do you want me to start
there's
typing
no.
this out for you?
No, let's first try and say it. So, since we prove that there is no ethical high ground to veganism over Nazism, so
Yeah, but
why don't you?
yeah, but your statement is so trivially true
What do you
that
mean?
like
Well,
someone you're using such non-standard notions of the term that
what do you mean?
you would also agree with
Nazi
the proposition that
veganism
having the
is
position
as
of
ethical as Nazism. What do you do? Do you agree or
okay,
disagree?
Mr. Slave, Mr. Slave, your definitions of these words are so
Forget
unconventional
about.
that
I'm
that I
not.
could
I
I
never.
no 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 Mr. Slave, your definitions are so unconventional that someone could say being anti-child rape and pro-child rape are there's no moral high ground there. Like
Okay.
that's
Veganism.
what follows from like your definitions. That's how trivially true they are. Like nobody's using the terms in the ways that you're using them right now. Do you agree with that?
Okay. So, do you agree or disagree that
Wait, how
veganism?
do you agree with that?
I'm not going to respond. I'm going to dodge that question.
Oh, you have no fucking answer. You can't
I
answer.
told you I'm going to dodge certain questions. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, you're just incapable of giving an answer of whether you
Well,
think
when it
child rape
comes
is
to
like
yeah, I don't.
I
I
think
don't.
being anti. I think I'm anti-child rape. Are you?
Okay. So you're playing games, right? That's
I'm anti-pedophilia. Are you anti-pedophilia?
okay. So you're
Do you think
this is
anti-pedophilia? Do you think anti-pedophilia is on the equivalent grounding with pro-pedophilia?
so this is what you're devolving this conversation into. Nothing but reductio.
I have brought myself down to your mental level, friend,
Yeah. Okay.
and it
So
is unpleasant for you to see it reflected back at you.
okay. We are. Look, do you want to make a scientific proposition about
Do you
anything?
have an argument? If you have an argument, then type out the argument.
Well, I already did. Veganism is as ethical as Nazism. Do you agree or
Okay,
disagree?
so you have can you form the argument?
But do you first tell me if you agree or disagree?
Form the argument.
Do you agree? So you refuse to
I
answer
want
the
to see. I
question.
want to see you make. I want to see you
So
make an
you're
argument.
refusing to
I
answer
want
the
to see you make it.
question.
I want to
Why
see
don't
you
you
make
answer
it.
the question?
I've already answered this question several times. You can go back and your own stream. I've answered this question several times with a yes.
So you agree, okay?
I have given you the definitions of the
Then
term.
why are you vegan?
I've answered the
Then why
question.
are you vegan? If it's right, you're not a Nazi. So why are
No,
you
because
vegan?
you are using such weird definitions of the term that it's trivially true.
What's a weird definition? Like which word is defined weirdly?
You're okay. You're defining good, good weirdly
How am I defining good? That is weird.
ethical
Good?
because any notion of the term good would not deem being vegan like as good as being a Nazi. If that would follow from that, nobody would accept that definition of good.
I lost you. So again, veganism is as ethical as Nazism. You think,
Can you form the argument? Just form the argument, dude.
but um um, but you.
Form the argument. I've
What,
answered your question. I've answered the question. Form your argument.
what do you mean you've so?
What do you
Okay,
mean I've answered the question? I've literally answered it with a yes
no,
several
but
times. So
you say
form
yes.
the argument.
You don't say yes. You always say yes, and then you blame me for the definition. And
Yeah, because it's stupid. It's a stupid definition.
what's a stupid definition? Where's the stupid definition? I didn't.
Or I guess what I want to say is the proposition is trivially true.
What do you mean? Is it true or false?
The proposition is trivially true.
So it's true. I don't know what it means to be trivially true. Is it true or false?
It's true by definition.
What do you mean by definition?
Oh my god.
it's
Okay,
a
okay. I'll elaborate since like you're not understanding. Okay, so someone could do something where they could say that. Let's try this. Holding up your hand.
Mhm.
Anytime someone holds up their hand, that is rape. Mr. Slave held up his hand, therefore Mr. Slave committed rape. And so, like, it's going to be trivially true. It's going to logically follow
Mhm.
um, from those set of propositions
Mhm.
that Mr. Slave committed rape by raising his hand.
Mhm.
But nobody defines rape in this way, and so it's going to sound really weird when someone says Mr. Slave committed rape,
Mhm.
and then they're like, "Oh, really? Like
Mhm.
you mean he like sexually assaulted someone? Like, no, I just mean he raised his hand. Well, like,
Mhm. Okay.
okay, like it,
But
like you're
when
just
I
using
say
terms in a very weird way.
okay, so when I say veganism is as ethical as Nazism, which word is weird?
Ethical.
Okay. I didn't define it. You can define it however you want.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So by ethical, you mean aligns with um, Ephraim's moral. Wait, hold up. So give me a second. Give me a second to form.
Okay.
Okay, so we could do veganism is as aligned with Ephraim's moral principles as Nazism,
Okay.
and that proposition would be false.
Okay, but define moral.
Why?
What do you mean?
I didn't use the word moral in that in any
Oh, you
in
didn't
any
say
event.
aligns with moral preference? I didn't. Maybe I misheard. I,
Actually, I think I did say that. I'm freaking tired. Sure. Moral.
So you said veganism is as aligned with Ephraim's moral preference as Nazism or something. Is that what you said? It's
Yeah,
it's
sure.
it's as aligned with more Ephraim's moral preference as Nazism. Okay, then let's
Yeah.
define moral. How do you define moral?
And this one is probably going to be. mm, Let's do moral preferences. I'm just going to say moral preferences are the type of preference that uh, contain like should and should not.
Okay, then define should.
A lot. It's within my preferences if you do it.
Define preference.
Is there? Or do you not understand what I'm conveying when I say this sentence?
I understand the
Okay,
first.
so if you understand what I'm saying when I convey the sentence to you, then going through the exercise of defining every single word in the sentence is unnecessary because
But
you
we
understand what I'm
don't
meaning.
we don't disagree on the
So
definition.
if you understand what I'm saying when I say the proposition, veganism is as in line with Evelyn's moral preferences as Nazism. If you understand what I mean when I say that sentence, then me defining every single word in there is like not necessary at all. And so
Okay,
you understand what I mean when I say it, and I'm saying it's a false proposition. And you understand what I mean when I say it's a false proposition. I'm just saying that veganism is not um,
okay,
just as in line with veganism is as in line with my preferences, and like Nazism is not in line with my preferences. Like you understand what I mean by that. So like there's
but
no need for us to define every single word just for you to go back to the same point which we already established, which is that like there are axioms that like need no further justification, or like the dictionary might like reference itself in a circular way where like there might not be any further that we can go back. Like we don't need to do that. You've already established those points. That's relevant to this conversation. You're just trying to go back to your comfort zone of like being very vague so you can like, there's no reason to do that. That's irrelevant to establishing if the proposition is true or false. You know what I mean?
okay, but when you say preference, right? You agree that it's axiomatic, right? It's just your preference, right? You at one point you're going to tell me, well, that's
Oh,
just the way.
like you think I should make a peanut butter sandwich?
What?
Yeah, you see how it's just weird how I just like say something and then just like completely just like ignore what you said and don't address it at all.
I'm
Just like go to something
addressing.
completely
I'm
different.
addressing what you
No, you're
said.
not.
I'm
No, you're not.
addressing. You use the word preference.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a proposition
Mm-hmm.
that you want to defend, you're gonna write it out with premises and a conclusion. If you don't do that, then the conversation's over. Do you understand?
No, I don't
If
understand.
you don't say yes or no to I under do I understand, I'm like hitting the end call button.
I said I don't understand.
Okay. So if you do not write out a proposition, if you have one that you would like to defend, and the proposition is listed in premise and conclusion form,
I don't know what a premise and a
I
conclusion
am
form
not
is.
I'm hitting the end call button. You don't know what premises and a conclusion are?
No, you said you said something longer. You said some form, premise and conclusion form. I never heard of that.
Okay, so it can like premise one, premise two, premise three, and then there's a conclusion listed at the end. That's what I mean by
I don't know.
premises and
I don't know
conclusion
how to
form.
convert. I don't
You
know.
can have as many premises as you
Excuse
want to
me.
reach the conclusion.
Wait,
You can
what?
have as many premises as you want to reach the conclusion.
Okay, I don't know. You can help me to reformulate. I don't know what you want. I honestly don't know what you want. Honestly.
So you're incapable of forming an argument.
I don't know what you want. I don't know if I'm capable or not. I don't understand what you want. Like you've done this maybe like before. You've seen it. I haven't seen an example of what you're referencing. So I don't know what you want.
Do you have a proposition in which you believe is true?
Veganism is as
Like you,
ethical as Nazism. I believe is
okay,
true.
okay. And the reason why you think that is because, okay, is the argument going to be something? I'll try to write out what I think your argument is.
Hmm.
Okay. Um, um, Are you more responsible based on
Wait, what's going
Give me
on?
a second. I'm editing it. Give me a second.
Sure. Well, I'm actually beginning to become hungry. Jesus. How long have we been going at it? We've been here for 2 hours. Let me see if I can answer some of the chats. Some of the billions and billions of chats. All right, let's go to the end first. So, vegan meal says, is veganism as ethical as Nazism? Answer, I don't know. Depends on your ethical framework, but make peanut butter sandwich. Vegan meal, are you a muscle? What else we got? Source, anecdotes, such speculation plus stuff. My mother did similar things probably because it was the simplest stuff that felt like I don't know what he's talking about. Mr. Slave, check your health and environment. What do you mean by health and environment? We already supposed the ground zero reality, so is truth something else? Okay, maybe I'll go to the beginning. So let me see. QWERTY and I poop yourself. True. Ephraim, they are slow deterministically. Bruh. Evidence. The footage is loaded.
I don't even know.
It's all the same
Wait,
person.
okay, hold on. Wait. Do you, okay, when you say they're equal,
Mhm.
equivalent in some moral way, like, but the moral weight of it is zero, right? Like they're
I wouldn't say I don't say it's zero. It's
okay, they're
whatever.
just as good as you. Um,
You could try and argue that both are zero, but I never thought about it.
Give me a second.
No abuse like carnist love. Axiomatic stuff gets the principal judgment. I don't know what this guy is saying. I am not vegan, but really confused. Scientific snitch, clown. What right do you have to force your morals on animals? By the way, I don't know what that means. What the heck? Bro is Pokemon. What else? Wait. Wait. Okay, that's good. So, bro even dodged milk. It's not the problem with the milk. The problem was with the comparing it to humans. I saw where it's going, and it wasn't going to a good place.
For
After
you.
trying it, let's talk about cannibalism now. The coffin of Andy. What is this guy talking about? It is loaded. They thought it through. It's set. There's a bunch of nuance. Well, it could be a thing, but whatever. Not gonna lie, it is clear to me now. What is clear? What is this guy talking about? Bro, this guy is a psychopath. If you want to know where you would have stood on slavery before the Civil War, don't look at where you stand on slavery today. Look at where you stand on animal rights. Paul Watson. Okay, that's an assertion. That doesn't mean anything. That's his claim. That's what he says. It's not even. We don't even know what he thinks. He might actually be like. He might actually have slaves in his basement. I'm not vegan because society says it's okay to exploit and unalive non-human animals. Whatever I do is whatever we do. It's not me. Whatever we do is because society tells us to do it.
Okay.
Vegan. So it's okay for me to exploit an unalive animal because yeah, we saw it. These are
Okay. I
okay.
pasted. I pasted what an argument could be.
Veganism is
Like you
as
said.
good as Nazism. All moral theories based
Oh,
on
sorry. Hold
an
on.
axiom are equivalent in worth.
Sorry. That's the. Is that what you're getting at right there?
But the question is, what are you getting at? Forget it. You don't have to ask me. I'm
Oh my
asking
God!
you.
I asked you, can you form an argument, and then you said you were asking me to try to help you do it. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, but once I say veganism is as ethical as Nazism, well, like the only question is, what is the definition of ethical? Well, what would you say is the right? So we're trying to see, do we agree or disagree on the proposition? All right.
I
So
replaced it with ethical work. Does that work? All premise one: all moral theories based on axioms
no,
are
but
equivalent in ethical worth.
no, hold
Vegans and
on.
veganism and Nazism are based on axioms. Conclusion: veganism and Nazism are equivalent in ethical worth.
No, no, no.
Do
So
you agree with any of those? Do you agree with any of those premises?
yeah, sure,
Wait, do you agree with P1?
sure,
Do you agree with P2?
sure.
Okay, so you agree that the conclusion logically follows from that.
Yeah, but this is a limited. You're limiting. P1 is limiting. You don't need to add like every system you could start with. Every system is based on axioms, including math and logic. Every system is based on axioms. Otherwise, you don't have a system. If you want to build,
Yeah, sure. I mean that could also be true. But like, there's no reason for us to put that in the argument.
yes, there is because you're like you're bringing up the axioms again and again as if there's something special in this proposition regarding axioms. You cannot get away from axioms in any system. So there's no point in bring you can start with P1. All systems are based on axioms. Okay, but that's so in any system.
Okay,
You,
okay, okay. Hold up, I'll do this. I'll do this.
Mhm.
I'll do another one.
Okay, I'll continue reading comments. These are some of the weakest arguments against veganism I've ever heard. Not gonna lie. Okay. Mm, that veganism is as ethical as Nazism is a weak argument. Like you're trying to hold the moral high ground, and I'm showing you that you have the lowest high ground, and there's no difference, and you think that's weak. Okay. Society says it's okay to do something, so then I do it. Really, I'm not saying. I'm saying all of us. I mean, we all obey, right? We all obey social norms. How do you know what's right and wrong? We don't know what's right and wrong. I don't think we can know. Like, there's no such thing as right and wrong. There's societal norms that define right and wrong. Like it used to be that slavery is okay, and now slavery is not okay. Certain societies, they have they're cannibals, and in their society it's okay, and so on.
You're just equivocating on the word okay for like ethical. Like when like in some notions of the term you can mean my preferences, and in other notions of the term you can mean what the majority of society believe. But those two things can be like separate. Those don't have to be the same thing. You can make them to where they're the same thing inside of your moral system, but you shouldn't do that.
No, the vegan meal says
Um,
society says it's okay to do something, so then I do it. Question mark. Really? Question mark. So I'm answering, sure. I mean, we right, it used to be normal to have slaves. It used to be normal to eat other humans. Like it used to be normal. So we know that humans obey social norms. Social norms evolve with society.
Sometimes they break them too.
What?
Sometimes they break them too.
Okay, but fine, but social, right? So social norms evolve. Like we used to think slavery is good, now we think slavery is bad. So social norms evolve, and we humans, we obey social norms. We used to think slavery is okay. That right? If you asked any one human, is slavery okay? He would have said yes. Why? Because okay just means what is a social norm. That's why a normal person would have said slavery is okay. If you ask today a normal person, is slavery okay? He would say no. Okay, why? Because society today says that slavery is bad. So everyone says slavery bad. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, here you go. Here's the. Does this work?
Let me
Is
see.
better? You're liking?
All systems are based on axioms. Veganism and Nazism are systems. Any system, why are you bringing up axioms again? Any system based on axiom. We already said that any system, right? P1 is all systems are based on axioms. I don't expect to see axioms again after you said that all systems are based on axioms. Veganism and Nazism are systems, sure. Any system based on axioms are equivalent. Well, I don't know. Are equivalent in ethical worth. I mean, you. It's as if there are systems that are not based on axioms. All systems. Now, the question is, any system. All systems are equivalent in ethical worth. No, but first you need to define ethical. So ethical. No, the point is that right, veganism and Nazism are ethical systems. That's the point. And then you need to define that ethical in itself, whatever is ethical is an axiom. That's the point. And axioms don't have any value. An axiom is a nilly willy statement. If it had value, then we could derive it from the value. It, it's the point is that an axiom cannot be derived. That's the definition of an axiom. It's a ground truth. So it's nilly willy. It doesn't have any value. It is the value by which you can measure other.
But when I asked one, okay, you're saying it has no value. But when I asked you that direct question,
Mhm.
like, are you saying it's worth zero value? You said I wouldn't say that, and now you're
It
saying that you would. You're
but
literally
it's
saying that.
but it defines value.
You're contradicting yourself.
It defines, right? So any so veganism and Nazism are ethical systems.
Okay.
Ethics are axiomatic.
Do
Therefore,
you
You can just say ethics. You can start from what? Ethics are axiomatic. Therefore, ethics cannot have any value.
Okay.
Ethics are
Uh,
axiomatic. Axioms cannot have value. Therefore, ethics cannot have a value. Veganism and Nazism are both ethical systems. Therefore, they cannot have a value. Therefore, whatever value they theoretically could have, it would be the same. Either whatever it is, it's really undefined. But if you want to impose value on these systems, then it unless you propose anything like any distinguishing feature between veganism and Nazism, they are ethically identical.
just-
If incredibly enough, if you would watch my discussion with Ask Yourself, this was basically the way this conversation went with him. You can watch the video.
not so.
It's really interesting that it's converging to a similar conversation. Right? So ethics are axiomatic.
Was it something like that?
Yeah, let's see. Axioms have no value. Ethical systems are axioms, sure. Veganism and Nazism are ethical. P3s are ethical, not our axioms. Veganism and Nazism are ethical systems. That's P3. Conclusion: veganism and Nazism have no value. Yeah.
That works. That's it.
They have no value, but also they have identical values. They are as valuable in terms of their ethical metric. They are as ethical. They are as ethical.
Well, okay. Do you agree that since do you think that all axioms have no value?
Yeah. Axioms have no
Okay, well
value.
then you could just do P1
P1
as
axioms have no value.
all
P2 ethical systems are axioms. Veganism and Nazism are ethical systems. Veganism and Nazism
would that also work? Because if you agree that they have
have,
zero value, this would
well,
be an
but first
easier
you
way
want
to
to
solve it.
say they have the same ethical value, equal ethical value. Did we say ethical value? Equal value. Ethical systems are axioms. Vegan are ethical systems have equal, right? The whole point is they have equal
But
ethical
all
value.
axioms
Therefore, they're ethically identical. Therefore, veganism is as ethical as Nazism. Sure. But right, you agree. I'm not saying something you disagree with. Do you disagree with
okay.
any of this? Okay, let's see. All axioms have equal ethical value. Ethical systems are axioms. Veganism and Nazism are ethical systems. Veganism and Nazism have equal ethical value. Yeah, yeah. Do
Okay.
you disagree with anything?
By ethical value, do you mean like there's no grounding beyond like them being an
Ethical,
axiom? Like
but ethical
there's
value
no
is an
argument.
ethical value is axiomatic. It's whatever you assign, right? Any ethical value you assign axiomatically. Like you could say axiomatically, veganism is good and Nazism is bad. Okay, but you're axiomatically assigning these values. It's like it's arbitrary values. My point is that you're assigning arbitrary ethical values to systems arbitrarily. There's no arbitration. You don't have a process of arbitration by which veganism you conclude it's good and Nazism you
Okay.
conclude it's bad.
So I'm gonna here's what I'm gonna do. So what I'm gonna do is what is called argument. What's it called? I'm gonna make up a name for it. Domain expansion, argument reversal.
Okay. But do you agree or disagree? Oh, this is no Onyx is that's your wait, no, no, it's just your name. No, we're not gonna discuss why are you bringing up pedophilia?
That's logically that logically follows that.
No, the question is, do you agree? We've gone to the edge with Nazism. You don't need to go further than Nazism. Nazism is bad enough, but it's as bad or good as veganism. So, do you agree or disagree?
What do you mean when you say ethical value? Do you just mean that all axioms? It feels like you're saying all axioms are axioms. Like,
You tell me what you want to say. I mean, I've
what do
stated
you
my
mean? Trying to figure
proposition.
out
I've said what I,
on,
I've said
on
all I
my
have.
notion of the term ethical value. I did on my notion of the term ethical or ethical value. I disagree with P1.
On your notion of ethical, you disagree with P1. All axioms have
Yeah.
equal. So you think, but but that defies the definition of an axiom. An
No,
axiom,
how?
an axiom
No,
doesn't.
I
An
value my axioms
axiom.
more than other people's values.
I
Other
can't
people's
hear. I
axioms.
can't hear you. Your audio
I value,
has devolved
I,
into
I
mumbling.
value my axioms. I value my
You
axioms over
can't.
other people's axioms.
You cannot
Why?
value
Why can't I do that? Why can't I do that?
because an axiom is a ground truth. It's just an assertion. You should
Yes, and
not be able.
I value my own more than other people's.
But what you cannot value an axiom.
I know.
It's
I have a
it's
preference for my. I have my
you
preference. I have my preference for my
you
axioms.
an axiom is a ground truth. It's the ground,
It's
right?
it's my truth. Yes.
No, it's you can't. You
Why
right?
not?
Because when you propose the axiom, you still haven't even defined the word true or how you judge truth. You're building a system in which you're going to define how you value truth and the meaning of truth and stuff like that. You would have an axiom for the definition of truth or whatever.
First,
That's a system, right? An
I would
ethical
have an axiom for the definition of
well,
truth.
yeah, yeah, you're building a system from
I would
scratch.
have an axiom for the definition of truth.
Of course. What do you mean? Like in
I have
this
no
system?
idea what that sentence even means.
Well, like, fine, but you cannot evade
What does it
it.
mean to have an axiom for a definition?
An axiom is a you could say, or you could say an axiom or a definition.
An axiom is a definition?
I don't know. That's already getting that's beyond my pay grade.
That doesn't make any sense, what you just said.
No, you should be able to have a definition and separately an axiom is an assertion, I think, about reality or something. A definition,
Um,
I don't know. I don't like. Look, building a system from the ground up is difficult, and it's probably impossible as well. So you're
yeah,
always
but
going
like
to have, you're always going
when
to have
I
what.
when I say ethical value, or sorry, that I just mean like it's in line. Like if something is ethically valuable, that just means it's in line with my preferences. Or maybe I could have some sort of point system for ethical value. And so veganism would be plus 100 points, and Nazism is a minus 100 points on how much I prefer it. So yeah, like on that
but your
notion
pref
of the term,
but your
on that notion of
preference
the term, then I would disagree with P1.
but your preference is axiomatic, right? You're nilly-willy assigning values, right? You agree
Yeah,
that you
you can say it's arbitrary value. Sure.
arbitrary, yeah, you're assigning,
Right.
so that's what I mean by axiomatic. It's
Yeah,
axiomatic
yeah.
value.
So I can just
It's,
say
you can
arbitrary.
say, you can say arbitrary instead if you want arbitrary value.
That's okay.
So you're assigning veganism and Nazism arbitrary
If you're saying
values.
by,
One,
by ethical, all you meant is arbitrary,
you
or
but
by axiom, all you mean is arbitrary.
one,
Wait, what is? Are you saying that by axioms, what you mean by axioms is that is arbitrary, or like ethical value that they're arbitrary?
you just assigned a value of positive 100 and negative 100 to veganism
Yeah,
and Nazism. So I said you're arbitrarily assigning these values, right? You didn't
yeah.
you
By arbitrary, you what do you mean by arbitrary?
you nilly-willy, you pulled it out of thin air. You didn't
Really,
give,
Willie?
yeah, you, right? You didn't give a reason why this is plus
Well,
100.
it's gonna be something like Nazism causes a lot of suffering and violates human rights, and veganism doesn't violate human rights, and it causes a lot of
Okay,
it
but
improves well-being,
yeah,
decreases
sure,
non-well-being, or
sure.
decreases
You're
suffering.
gonna end up in the
Which
same.
those things are gonna be um, axiomatic, sure, but like when
Yeah.
you say ethical value, like I can still value different axioms more than others. Like I don't understand. I don't see a problem with one axiom being in line with my preferences than another axiom. That's all I mean when I say ethical value.
Right, but
Yeah. So if you agree with that, what's wrong with me rejecting P1 on that basis with that
you
definition?
you're assigning arbitrary values, right?
Okay.
Axiomatic. It's just your
Yeah.
preference, right? There's no difference between
Yeah.
preferring veganism over Nazism as to preferring vanilla over chocolate ice cream, right? It's just your preference. And even if you go deeper to animal suffering or human suffering, fine, you
Yeah, but
still,
I mean that's just to say that people have different values and they're arbitrary
yes,
they're arbitrary values, like
yes,
or that they're or to say that they are axiomatic.
yes. At
But
the
then
end,
all you're saying is that all axioms are axioms. Like that's so it's not really that meaningful when you say all axioms are axioms. Like duh.
I didn't say all axioms are axioms. I'm saying your preference to give human rights, that's axiomatic. At the end, you're going to end up at the end of the road. You're going to say, well, I arbitrarily assign this value to this term. At the end, you're going to just arbitrarily assign ethical value to Nazism and veganism, and this arbitrary value makes them identical ethically, objectively. So if you want to assign,
Yeah, but like on my notion of the term ethical. No. Like
yes, but it's right. There's
No,
no.
like on my notion of the term ethical value, no, they're not equal.
I understand, but you're assigning the values arbitrarily, right? You don't, at the end, you don't
Yeah,
have a reason. You're saying, I don't want human suffering. Therefore, okay, but why don't you want human suffering? That's axiomatic.
yeah, I don't have to give an argument for that.
You don't have an argument. That's the point, that it's
I don't
axiomatic.
have to
It's
give it
arbitrary.
axiomatic. Then you're
You're,
not saying anything. Something being arbitrary doesn't mean like that its ethical value is like equal.
yes, it does. You're,
On my notion of the term ethical value, no, it doesn't. Do you want me to? I'll type this out for you, just so it can
okay,
be like
you,
obvious.
fine, all right. If, right, your appreciation of lack of human suffering, that's axiomatic. That's just, there's no reason for that, right? You can't argue that. You can't tell me that it's more ethical or less ethical to be pro or against human rights.
I can't say that.
The fact that you like vanilla more than chocolate doesn't make it more ethical. The fact that you don't like human suffering doesn't
Because
make it.
liking vanilla ice cream isn't an ethical proposition.
But how is it, right? You're arbitrarily assigning vanilla a value over chocolate, and you're doing the same with human suffering or suffering,
It's
right?
actually
It's,
not even okay. So
mhm.
positive ethical value means it's in line with Ethan's preferences. Negative ethical value means it's not in line with Ethan's preferences.
Hmm.
Nazism is equals negative 100 value. Veganism equals positive 100 ethical value. Do you think negative 100 and positive 100 are equal?
No, but the fact that you
Yes. Well,
assigned,
then on my notion of the term ethical value, they're not equal, and so I can reject P1 on that basis, unless you have some different notion of the term
it's
that I
arbitrary.
would have to accept. Yeah, you can say it's arbitrary. I can accept that it's arbitrary,
You
but that doesn't mean that they're equal.
okay?
Like it can be arbitrary that I like vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream. That doesn't mean that I weigh vanilla ice cream like the same
But how?
as chocolate ice cream.
But
I
how
don't.
is? Yeah, but how
I
is?
value vanilla ice
Yeah,
cream more.
but how is, right? You agree that your preference, vanilla over chocolate, is axiomatic, right? There's no objective value to vanilla over chocolate. It's just your personal preference. There's no ethical value to vanilla over chocolate. So how is your preference to veganism over Nazism? How does that become, like, you have a personal preference, like vanilla over chocolate? That doesn't have any ethical implications.
Yeah, the ones that I care about a lot
But that's
are
like,
just the
I
moral ones.
that's but
They're just the moral ones.
okay, but like, as far as I'm
You can say
concerned,
that you can say they're equally arbitrary if that's what you want to say, but they're not equal in ethical value.
the ethical value that we assign is arbitrary.
I just said that. I just said that. Are you
Okay,
tracking me?
what?
I said that like Zach. I said it is fine to say they are equally arbitrary, but to say they have equal value, it's not fair.
No, but right, you agree that you could have assigned equal values to Nazism and veganism. There's no reason. You didn't have a reason.
Someone could do that, yeah, but that wouldn't be in line with my beliefs, and I'd say they're a bad person.
Right, but
Is that arbitrary? Sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't make my belief any less strong. Doesn't mean that their ethical beliefs are the same as mine. Doesn't mean that the ethical value that I would place on is the same.
Okay.
Obviously not. They have different ethical values to me. But if all you want to say is that moral beliefs are arbitrary, like nobody in Ask Yourself server or Hobby server are going to disagree with that because we're subjectivists. You're just saying that you're a subjectivist. Like, who cares?
So, um, oh, I don't know what to say. I mean, so
Me
okay,
neither. I
then
feel like that's
you
pretty clear. Like
what you're
things are
saying
equally arbitrary,
what you're
but
saying
that doesn't mean
is
that these values are the same. That's
what you're saying is veganism and Nazism are equally ethical. Who cares,
no,
basically?
no. You've already made a mistake.
Hmm.
Veganism and Nazism are equally arbitrary. They're not equally ethical. No.
Okay, can you prove it?
I'm gonna prove it. I
Hmm.
value veganism more than I do Nazism.
Can you prove it?
Do you want me to like go into my brain, like, and then tell you like
Can
how
you
much
prove
pleasure
it?
I'm getting from
But
certain?
that's like vanilla and chocolate, right?
You're just gonna have to believe me, dude.
What?
That you're just gonna have to believe me when I say that I value veganism
I'm
more than Nazism.
believing. I believe you, but it's just
Okay, well then, like,
then
cool,
how
cool.
is
Like,
it? But it's the
I don't need to.
same as vanilla and chocolate, which you agree have nothing to do with ethics. So,
They're equally arbitrary. That doesn't mean that they're equal in value and ethical value. I value vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream. I value veganism over Nazism way more than the difference between me valuing vanilla and chocolate.
hmm.
Um,
Okay, but
they have different ethical values to me. They're equally
yeah, but
arbitrary, sure, but like it's not the same. It doesn't like this. Like every subjectivist agrees with that.
okay.
It's
Look,
just subjectivism at that point, which nobody disagreed with.
okay,
Yeah, so like if I were to reform the argument, all you would end up saying is that veganism and Nazism are equally arbitrary, and all you would mean to say by that is that like I don't know, we like there's no argument to be given as to um I don't know, someone could just value Nazism more, and I couldn't like as an axiom, and
right, but some, right, but
there would be an argument.
a Nazi, a Nazi is just as ethical as you are, right? You would agree.
No, no,
Why not?
no.
Why not?
If by just as ethical you mean they're acting in line with their moral principles, then sure. But if by ethical you mean acting in line with my moral principles, then absolutely not.
Right, but you're looking at the mirror, right? They could say the same, and you would say this, right? You're both,
Yeah, and then I would go to war and I would kill them.
and they would try to kill you. Maybe fine, but
They would definitely
but
day
there's no,
one.
but no one has the moral high ground.
I do, I do.
But that's what they say.
Yeah, and then we shoot them, and then we win.
Yeah, okay, but that's all. It's not. It's might makes right. It's not truth.
No, 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 no.
No.
Might 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 make what ends up occurring in reality, but that doesn't might doesn't make the correct thing to do.
Okay, but right, they could argue just what you argue in reverse, right? There's no, they don't have you. None of you have a moral high ground. You both claim the same thing about each
Well,
other.
I do have a more high ground.
That's what
I'm
they
actually
say.
more
That's what
into
they say, right?
who cares?
They
I
went
don't
to
care.
war. They literally went to war. They
And
died.
they lost. They took a big fat L.
Yes, That's the only reason you're saying that Nazism is bad. Otherwise, you'd be here saying how veganism is exactly like Nazism, that both are great. There's no.
For the record, for the record, I don't think that even Nazis had like axioms that are different from mine. I doubt that. I think most humans have the
I can
same
barely hear
axioms.
you.
Like
You're like you moved away from your mic, so that at
I
this
think
point
most humans actually have the same axioms. I don't even think the Nazis had different axioms than
they
the vast
died.
majority of people.
They
They
went to
just had really
war.
bad arguments
They went to
that really
war. They went to
false
war.
beliefs.
They went to war and died believing in Nazism. You can
That
talk
doesn't
to
make it an axiom.
you can
Wait,
talk
do
to
you think that makes something
Nazis.
an axiom?
You can
Do
talk
you
to
think that makes it an axiom just because you died for something?
you can. Okay, look, like you said.
Like, what is that? What is that? That doesn't engage with what I said at all. I said that
Okay,
I think most people have the
you gotta
same,
fix your
like,
mic.
or
I
very
don't know what
similar.
happened to your mic. Like you're really far from your mic.
I think most people, is this better? This better?
Much,
Maybe?
yeah, infinitely better.
Yeah. Okay. So I think most people have the same axioms, or it's very similar axioms. It's just that they have really bad arguments for stuff, and I think that's what happened to them, the Nazis. A lot of false information.
Okay, whatever. The point is that right? A Nazi and a vegan look at right. You think Nazism is negative 100 and veganism is positive, and the Nazi, let's say he would say the opposite, and you each don't have.
I'm not even sure that Nazism is even is. Like, I might even also reject like P3. Like, I'm sorry, not P3. What? Hold up. Where I have to find the argument that I gave. I already rejected P1, and I said why. I'm not even. I don't even think I would accept P2 either. Like, I'm not even. I don't even think Nazism is an axiom for like most Nazis. I think they'd probably give an argument for like why you should believe Nazism.
Sure, but at the end
And
you
I
can.
think,
At the end you
yeah,
can.
I think their axioms are probably going to be the same. Like, you shouldn't murder people, um, or like some sort of utilitarian calculus where they think people's lives are going to be better if we like eliminate all Jews or something like that. Um, like, I think, but like they're doing either some utilitarian calculus or like um, yeah, like something like that. I think most people generally have the same or very similar axioms. I think they're just confused. They're lost. They believe in lots of misinformation, or they're confused about even their own axioms, or they don't even think about that type of stuff.
It doesn't matter.
Um,
At
so
the
like, I'm not even sure. I'm not even. I don't even think that Nazism is an axiom. Like, I think people would give arguments for Nazism, and then I think I would say the same for um. That actually depends on how you define veganism. Um, on the definition of like, thou shall not murder sentient beings for animal products, then that probably would be some sort of axiom. Um, but I actually think, yeah, yeah, that could be an axiom. But like Nazis, I'm not even sure if that is an axiom.
okay, like Nazism meaning holocausting the Jews.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has that as an axiom. Like, or most people have that as an axiom. Most Nazis. Like, I don't think, like, if you said, if
Let's
a Nazi
assume.
said we should Holocaust all the Jews, and then I asked them, okay, why do you think we should do that? They wouldn't just say like, oh, that's my axiom. I just think that like there's no justification for that. Usually they would give you reasons like, oh, Jews, like they're genetically different, like they're gonna make our offspring worse, or like they control all the banks, and so they're gonna cause like economic catastrophe, causing lots of suffering. Like they wouldn't just people don't have Nazism as like an axiom, like genocide being people as an axiom. That's like, you know,
Yes, I'm
super villain,
saying I'm saying
super comic book villain stuff. Like that's
I'm
not
saying
real.
I'm saying that any argument they would give at the end, there's going to be an axiom. Any system is built.
Okay, yeah, but that's a
Hmm.
different. It's
But that's the
different.
but that's the
And it's not even. It's not even gonna like. Again, that's not even gonna matter much to the conversation of veganism. Like,
veganism, like Nazism, is based on some
like the
axiom.
argument kind of like falls apart. You're just saying that like these things are based on axioms. Like, okay, and like
There's no
all like probably every moral proposition is gonna be based on some sort of um axiom. That doesn't mean that we can't argue about like the moral theories that follow from such axioms. Like I don't. I think that veganism is one that follows from lots of axioms, um, practically all of them. And then Nazism is one that definitely does not follow from a lot of axioms. Axioms, at least the mainstream ones. Um,
look. What I'm saying is that both are
like that.
built. Let me just
Like
I've
hold on,
given
wait.
you.
I gotta get this up because like veganism definitely follows from a lot of people's axioms. That's why we run name the trait. We run the trait because we think like most of the time it's people living in line with their own values is going to lead them with their being in line with their own values is going to lead them to become vegan. That's usually why we run it. And then like if we were running it for Nazism, we think that if someone's a Nazi, they're probably not genuinely living in line with the axioms that they have. They probably believe some type of misinformation. If we believed that it was just their axioms, well, we wouldn't even bother even trying to argue with them at all, um, because it's just their axiom. Like there's no argument that can be given. Um, so like no, yeah, yeah. I think that's the conclusion I've come to after having this conversation.
Let me just say something. So, look, the point is that veganism is based on an axiom. An axiom,
All moral systems,
like all systems, so too
like
are
all moral
ethic.
systems.
Well, all systems are based on axioms, and since an ethical systems are systems, so therefore they're also based on axioms. Now, an axiom doesn't have an ethical value. An axiom, right? That's before ethical value. When you create an axiom, that's the first thing. That's your ground truth. You don't have a value yet. You cannot evaluate an axiom because it's the foundation. That's where you start from. So you cannot evaluate what you say inside the axiom. It doesn't have a value.
By evaluate, do you just mean give an argument for?
No, I'm saying give it like a negative 100 or positive 100, whatever. Evaluate, like give it a
Yeah, yeah,
value.
I can give it a value.
An axiom is your ground truth. It's some arbitrary statement. It's the assertion on which you build your system. If you can give it, right, it's before you've defined evaluation. It's the beginning. It's the
What?
it's the bedrock.
Why can't I give it a value?
It's the first statement you're making. You're starting from the axiom. So the axiom is the beginning. You could axiomatically define how to evaluate something.
What does this matter in terms of like
But
whether
the
someone should go
axiom
vegan or
itself,
not?
that you're right,
Like why does knowing
ultimately,
this why does knowing this information determine if somebody should go vegan or not?
There's no moral
or
high
does it?
ground. There's no moral high ground.
No, dude. Like you keep giving the same dumb ass argument. Like, are you not tracking? What the fuck are your axioms, dude?
Like there are like like all systems are based on axioms. That's like
That's your axiom.
uh, I don't know. I never thought about my axioms. Like my like I'm trying to think.
You've given a lot of thought about axioms to not have any concept of what your axioms are.
Not really. I mean, I just know that there cannot be a ground truth to any system. So all systems are lies.
You have no idea if you have like pleasure or suffering, like pleasure is good or
I
suffering
pref-
is bad,
I
or like
prefer vanilla over chocolate. Yeah, that's an axiom I can get behind.
do
I
you like
prefer
suffering is
I
good,
prefer
suffering is bad,
pleasure.
suffering is good.
I prefer pleasure. I prefer watching animals enjoying life. That's my preference. Like when I see a video on YouTube where somebody's getting hurt, I switch away. I hate it. I don't watch horror movies. I hate horror movies. I look away. So you could say these are axioms by which I live. I cannot justify why I look away, why I dislike pain, watching somebody die. It haunts me. That's just a given. That's the way I am. That's the axiom. That's the axiom.
Uh,
I lost your audio
Alright,
again. Your
I'm gonna
audio is fumbling.
I'm gonna try this one more time. On your current moral view, if all traits true of a given human who has moral value are switched to match those true of a given non-human animal who doesn't have moral value, is there any point in the trait equalization process where moral value is lost?
It really depends on, does society evaluate this creature that we can eat it, yes or no? Society needs to say yes or no. It's not up to me.
So yeah, so there is a point
But it's arbitrary. It's
where moral
society.
value is, but there is a point where moral value is lost
It-
though.
sure, but it's arbitrary.
Okay,
It's
so
arbitrary.
the
It used to be
so
something.
the
Today,
so the traits that define this, so that you could say they're arbitrary, sure, but the traits that define this point, is it
mhm,
society saying it's okay or not okay?
yeah.
Okay, so that's the trait. Um, so say you live in a society where it's okay to um, do what we're doing to animals right now in factory farms and do it to humans. So
You
like say there's a human in a inside of a
you don't need me to answer. I told you I'm gonna dodge
so
these.
yes,
Dodge. I told you dodge.
yes,
Dodge. Not gonna interact like when you do.
you're just not gonna interact.
Look, you know why. So like we're having a good
It's
conversation.
not because you're gonna get it's not because you're gonna get banned. It's not because you're gonna get banned.
It's my look. I don't want
Yes.
to. So you think?
I didn't even say the thing. I just said what we're doing to animals on factory farms.
Yes, I'm dodging it. So look, I'm dodging it. That's it.
Okay, yeah. So since okay, so can you please say into the microphone,
Mhm.
Mr. Slave is a pussy who dodges questions
Mr. Slave is a
and
pussy who
refuses
dodges,
to engage in meaningful
refuse.
debate.
Well, I don't think it's meaningful. I gave you the answer, but I'm not going to explicitly talk about humans in a way that's, I'm not going to do that. So that I don't
Wait,
think
what was the answer?
I don't think it's meaningful. What you're looking for is not.
Well, sorry, what was the answer to the question?
I'm dodging.
Oh, that's not an answer to the question.
Well, either way, I'm dodging. Like you're getting
Yeah,
off
but
track.
can you say it? Can you say Mr. Pussy? Oh, sorry, Mr. Slave is a pussy who refuses to answer questions and engage in meaningful debate.
Mr. Pussy is a slave. Yeah. Look, I don't think it's of any meaning to state explicitly. I gave you the answer, right? I understand that there's nothing you can do except for make fun of me. I know.
Okay, all right. You have to say it right.
What? I can't hear you. Anyway, how long have we
There you
been,
go.
Mr. Slay? No, I think you're the one who's refusing to engage in a meaningful debate. You want to get a soundbite. You don't want to engage in a meaningful
No, you're
debate.
dodging. You're dodging.
I'm dodging because I want to engage in a meaningful debate, not because I
No, because
refuse.
I don't dodge. I don't dodge any of your questions.
I didn't say you're dodging. I said I'm dodging because I want to engage in a
I
meaning.
I eat those bullets. I eat all the bullets because I never have to bite any
I didn't
because
I didn't say I didn't say otherwise.
my moral system is good.
Okay, what do you want to do now? Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do with you. Like,
Do you expect any person in the vegan community to actually take you seriously if you just refuse to engage with Name the Trade?
there's many vegans that have come to me and told me, there's videos where they thanked me for, getting them out of veganism. So, these
So
videos
give me these people's ads, dude. Give me these people's ads, please.
you can watch there's videos on my channel where they came to me and they told me about how I saved their lives, and you can watch it right now.
They saved your lives. Wow, how
They
dramatic.
thanked me basically for saving them from veganism.
You have like three videos.
Whatever. I mean, you can. What do you mean? No, no, and everything is live.
Oh, you mean your live stream? Like
Yeah.
I'm not going to. Yeah, absolutely. Not.
Anyway, so look, I'm trying to save you from veganism. I'm assuming a day will
Don't.
come that you will be saved. So I'm just. It's one more step. Like,
No, I mean not by nobody, not by a dude who refuses to engage with Name the Trade because he's just uncomfortable with it.
I've told you we've been through everything, but you want to get a soundbite.
No,
Not
you haven't answered the question. You
um
haven't answered the question.
not if it involves a soundbite. I don't go for soundbites.
Just mute. Holy fuck! Just mute your stream then.
What?
Just mute your stream.
No, I'm not going to give you a soundbite. Period. Not
What do you
even
mean? I'm
one.
not even recording. I'm not even
It
recording.
doesn't. No, it doesn't matter. I'm not giving you a soundbite. There's no reason for
What do
you.
you? Okay, you just don't want to bite bullets. Then just say that. Don't say soundbite. You don't want to bite bullets. You don't want to grapple with the entailments of your view, and that's why I'm calling you a pussy. Because that's not what actual critical thinking is. Like
Okay, look, I gave
I hope you
you.
don't ever call your I hope you don't ever call yourself like a philosopher or like a critical thinker because you don't want to do that.
Okay, okay, you know why
If a conversation is difficult for you, you just don't have it. You want to stay in your comfort zone.
Then why am I chasing vegans all day and all night?
You're not chasing a real conversation.
Okay, but why am I trying to have? Why am I?
You're like you're restricting the conversation so much that it always
Why?
happens to be inside of your comfort zone.
But why?
I don't know why you just want to intellectually masturbate, make yourself feel smart. Maybe it comes from some sort of like feeling of inadequacy. Maybe you feel like if you can constantly like dodge around, like maybe if I can just keep dodging around, like I can get one over on these vegans and I'll never have to actually grapple with my view, but I'll still look like I am. Maybe I convince myself that I actually am, and so I won't have to go vegan. I won't have to make tough decisions about like what's actually right or wrong. So I'll just deem everything equally as right or wrong. I'll never have to take a position on anything. So I can just live a comfortable life, not ever having to, I don't know, try to live ethically. Maybe that's why. I don't know. That's something for you to deal with by yourself.
I I don't know. I okay, I mean, or I just don't want to say sound bites. I've had enough sound bites. I've had enough, you know.
Yeah,
I've been
you're telling
trained.
yourself that. That's
Look,
fine.
I've had debates with vegans and I know what they do. Like,
Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. They force you to grapple
no,
with
usually I'll tell you what
the
usually
stuff. They
happens.
force you to grapple with the
I'll tell
stuff
you
that you've said.
I'll tell
Yeah, they
you
refuse to.
like some
They
like
have they we do be doing that. We do be showing that some things you say are contradictory.
look. So my experience with
We do be showing
vegans,
people to be bad people. We do be doing that.
okay, listen. My experience with vegans is
Not
that
because we want not because we want
why
people to be bad. We want people to be good. We want them to go vegan.
why do you not let me speak?
I have no interest in whatever you have to say. I've listened to you for way too long in this conversation. Um, but if you have some proposition that you want to defend later, you don't want to dodge. I should have done the ask yourself thing like many times where I just was like, if you dodge, then the conversation is over. Should did that. I gave you way too much of my time. But hopefully your audience learned something.
Interesting. That's how I feel. That's how I felt towards you in the first conversation. I felt that I should have quit the conversation as soon as you started
So
attacking
you
me. I'll give you the credit in this conversation. You're much more interactive, which I appreciate.
okay? I'll leave it with this. Stop eating animals, guys. If your moral system causes you to take positions like nothing really has any ethical value, or all the ethical values are the same, where you can't take a position on anything, where your position is just whatever society says is right, you might end up doing some pretty bad things. So, go vegan. It's January, so do veganuary. It's really easy. It's perfectly fine for your health. If you want to check out like some real vegan arguments, then go to Ask Yourself server, or actually that place is closed right now. Go to the study archives. Look up on the veganism, and you'll find stuff. Um, and yeah, uh, have a good one.
All right, man. I
Bye.
appreciate what? Anyway, I appreciate your time. Now I'll give a little bit of my closing remarks. So, I mean, he doesn't let me speak freely. He basically doesn't let me speak. He brought up some good points. Like he says, we could have had an interesting discussion. Unfortunately, he wants to get one up on me. He wants to get me to say sound bites. Like uh, right, that's right. If you believe, if you're a moral relativist, which is what I am, then you end up doing what he says bad stuff, which is completely nonsensical. I mean, he's had plenty of opportunity to prove it, and of course, it's impossible to prove. So, but it's interesting that this discuss. I mean, it sounds like he really believes his ethical system. He really believes it. He really believes that his veganism is any better than Nazism. But then he started thinking, wait, what is Nazism? And he realized, oh wait, I can't even say that about Nazism, and I'm not even sure about veganism. Uh, Unfortunately, it's difficult to have a discussion with a vegan. They're so busy defending their position. They're so busy defending their axioms and trying to say that no, these are not axioms. This is some objective truth. Okay, I don't know what to say. This was a little better. Still mostly a waste of time. Very similar to other debates with vegans, but you never know. It makes for good content. Four people are watching right now. That's good. Let me see. Likes to see animals happy, turns away from violence, participates unnecessarily in systems. Well, define unnecessarily. And if I thought it's unnecessary, then I wouldn't do it, right? So obviously, I think it's necessary in systems which inflict violence and unhappiness on animals. But you could say the same on humans. Like, I participate in systems that inflict violence on and unhappiness on humans. Right? We live in a society. I'm not perfectly happy. No one is perfectly happy. There is always some unhappiness on humans, and I participate in the human system. So you could argue the same, but vegan meal, you know, vegan meal. You're making a good point, but the word unnecessary or necessary is maldefined. If something were to be unnecessary, then I wouldn't do it. Like, I'm lazy. Why would I do something that I don't need to do? So obviously, that's wrong. Again, from Vegan Meal, empathy is the foundation of morality. Okay, but empathy is axiomatic. If and yeah, it is the foundation of morality. Therefore, morality is axiomatic. And emotion, again, this is completely axiomatic. And emotion is the foundation of empathy. Well, whatever it is, at the end, you're going to have some foundation, some founding truth that you're going to axiomatically state, and then your whole system becomes axiomatic. So you just have to be aware of it. That's all. Okay, a limited gouging. What do you mean? Destroy everything. What do you mean? So really, if we value ethical consistency as a factor of ethical validity, then veganism is far more ethical than Nazism, since veganism is ethically consistent. I mean, okay, but the Nazis would say the same thing about Nazism, and everybody says the communists say the same. Everybody says that about their system, right? You have to be aware of that. Christians say that about Christianity, and the atheists say that about atheism. So, and the thieves say that about the fact that they steal, and the police and the judge. Everybody says that. Everybody looks in the mirror, right? It's the Spider-Man joke. Everybody looks at the other guy and accuses the other guy, but they're just looking at the mirror. You're looking at a mirror image. So, right? So really, if we value ethical consistency as a factor of ethical validity, then X, replace X with anything, with any system. X is far more ethical than Y, since X is ethically consistent. Everybody says, everybody replace X with any system, and everyone says that about their system. Try debating people and you'll see. I mean, they'll just tell you my system is ethically consistent. That's what I think about my system, and I am anti-vegan, and you cannot prove that being anti-vegan doesn't fit this mold of the X and Y. Again, Vegan Meal says we could say that they are equally valid in a hypothetical society that subscribes to them and has consistent ethics. If you believe in moral relativism, but I don't really, and also Nazism is inconsistent, we could say that they are equally valid in a hypothetical society that subscribes to them. Okay, then we're done. And right, so if you agree that we could say that they are equally valid, then we're done. If you could say it, then that's it. You don't have an argument against it. Is it really the same? Whatever, and some empathy feeling. It was from observation, different. Anyone not crazy value reducing animal abuse? Anyone not crazy value reducing animal abuse? I agree. I value reducing animal abuse, of course. But that goes with the term abuse. By definition, everyone, that's the definition of abuse. It's something that a normal person wants to reduce. But I would even say suffering, not even abuse. Abuse is the definition that you want to reduce it, but suffering, you could also argue the same for suffering. But I want to reduce. Of course, I want to reduce abuse and suffering if I could. Uh, like, is this what they value? Do they do they think anything is valuable? I don't agree to the proposition that veganism is as ethical as Nazism based on conventional meanings of the word ethical. The, right, but the point is that ultimately your ethics are axiomatic. And hey, what's up?
Uh,
What?
I'm only back here because when I left, you just continued to say stuff that's even more stupid.
Oh my god.
Like, holy fuck!
I'm
I've been
s
watching you read the comments, and I'm like, what are you saying?
We can read them together, and you can also comment.
Yeah, like, okay, one, like, he's a subjectivist. He said that lots of times. Like, I was obvious. I don't even know why you did grasp onto that.
Wait, I
The
can't
thing
understand
that
what you're
you,
saying. Could you
oh,
speak
sorry,
slower,
sorry.
louder to the
Okay,
mic?
gotcha. I'm here. I'm here now. Okay. Like the one where you reviewed, you said likes to see animals happy. It turns away from violence, participates in unnecessarily in systems which inflicts violence and unhappiness on animals. You then went on to say that, yeah, if it's unnecessary, I wouldn't, like, that's wrong. That's what you said. And then,
Wait,
like, I
what?
don't know. Like, do you think buying animal products is necessary?
Eh, If I thought it's unnecessary, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, what's necessary about buying animal products?
What do you mean? That's like I can ask you, whatever you do you find it necessary? Right? The answer is, if you found it unnecessary, you would not have done it.
What?
Right? I'm lazy. I don't do anything unless I really have to. Like, when I only go shopping when, like, my fridge is empty. Like, I'd rather not go
Yeah, but like
shopping.
when you say that, like
Hmm.
It's necessary for me to buy animal products in relation to what? Necessary to achieve what goal?
To eat, to feed myself. I could theoretically, I could eat much.
So it's
Mhm.
it's necessary to eat animal products to feed yourself? Yeah, like
Uh,
that's stupid. Because I'm vegan and I'm somehow feeding myself without using animal products.
um, I'll tell you the truth. When I eat like a salad, that's for me like eating ice cream. Like my preference is to eat salads. If I could be a
So you're saying
vegan,
your preference is to eat salad,
my
but it's
preference,
necessary for you to eat animal products.
if I could, if like my preference is to eat, I love salad. Salad is by far the most delicious meal I can eat. But I feel like it's like mostly sugar, you know. Salad is mostly carbs. It's all carbs. So it's like it's unnourishing. It's like good for digestion, but it's not good for me. That's the way I see it. Like I might as well eat ice cream when I eat salad once every couple of days because I feel it's unhealthy.
What salad are you eating that's high in carbs?
Any salad is just carbs, right? Salad is carbs.
No,
Vegetables are carbs.
like lettuce, spinach, leafy greens.
Yeah, those are carbs.
Those are usually like they're known for being low in carbohydrates.
What do you mean? Lettuce is carbs. It's pure carbs. A tomato is pure carbs. An onion is pure carbs. Pure. Absolutely pure. There's nothing but carbs. It's like the least healthy food you can eat. As far as I'm
Salad is the least healthy food that you can eat.
as far as I understand, nutrition.
You can't think of anything less healthy than a salad.
I would even say ice cream is healthier than a salad
Hmm.
because it has so much fat.
On
Like if it's high in fat, then it's healthier, probably.
something being high in fat means that it's healthy. So there's like ingesting olive oil, just like dumping olive oil down your throat is healthier than like the average salad.
I mean, I eat a lot of olive oil with my salad, so
I mean, I like olive oil too, but like I don't think that just because something is high in fat means it's healthy for you. So is fried chicken. Do you think fried chicken's better than is healthier for you than like salad?
of course,
You, the fried chicken is worse.
fried chicken is like the healthiest food I can think of. I don't know what's healthier than fried chicken.
You think fried chicken is healthier than a salad?
Sure.
Do you think French fries are healthier than a salad?
No, that's pure carbs. That's like sugar.
So when you say something is high in carbohydrates, what do you mean?
Carbs, like carbohydrate, like
Like when it's high in like how many carbs does something have to have in it to be like considered high?
I don't know. I'm not that deep into nutrition, but look, I eat chicken because I have to. I eat eggs and tuna because I have to
Have to what? Have to in order to what?
in order to live, in order to have
Survive?
protein. Yeah, protein for protein.
Do you think that you can't get protein from
For what?
non-meat products?
How? Like name the trait. I'm kidding. Name.
Beans.
Oh my god! But then I would have flatulence. Like I'm really sensitive, and That's another problem
Do
with
you do you
salads.
do you have
I
do you have
have very
do you have stomach issues?
yes.
Do you have
Like
IBS? You have
yes.
irritable bowel syndrome?
When I eat salad, my stomach blows up. It's like ridiculous. I can't function. I cannot come into contact with humans if my diet is pure. Like I was on like a pure salad diet a couple of years ago, and
It's not the carbs. I'm telling you that. Like if you
fine.
can eat fried chicken perfectly fine, the salad is not the thing that
I'm
has the bunch of
I'm
carbs in it that's causing you the stomach
I'm
issues.
telling you, I went like there was once a period that I was eating only salads and I was killing people. It was a disaster. And I spoke to a friend and he said I told him, "My God, my stomach is blowing up." So he said, are you going vegan?" And I said, "No, but I'm eating only salad these days." And he goes, "Oh, that's the reason." And I stopped eating salad. I reduced my salad intake, and immediately the blowing up disappeared. So the blowing up was correlated with the period where I was eating only salad. Look, I don't have. It's not like I
Carb,
find. It's not like
carbs are low in salad. I mean, sorry, salad is low in carbs. Like I just don't understand.
look. The point is, it's not like I.
No, like they're. It's embarrassing that you're saying, like
Look, it doesn't
salad is
look.
high in carbs
Okay,
because salad is known for being low in
fine,
carbs.
fine. It doesn't matter. It really
Like when
doesn't.
people are trying to lose weight, they eat salad.
Fine. It doesn't matter. The point
It,
is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look, the point is that I don't think that there is an ethical issue.
but you said it. You said that it's necessary for you to eat animal products. So like, what nutrient is that? Can
It's
you feel
like
like you can't
I
get that's
drink
necessary for
coffee.
you to
I
survive?
drink coffee with milk, and that's not necessary.
Almond milk,
No.
almond milk. So when you say that it's necessary, and you don't need coffee like to live, like what?
Exactly, exactly. I agree. You
But
could
coffee isn't even an animal product.
look.
Coffee isn't even an animal
So
product, so that's irrelevant.
look. I don't feel that there is. At the end of the day, right? I'm not going to be uh, some Mother Teresa. I'm not going to be a perfect human that takes. I don't even know what to think. Like, what's the opposite of the way I live?
I'm
It's
glad you think that vegans are perfect.
no. I don't think vegans are
Okay,
perfect.
well, well, clearly it's not a requirement to be perfect to be vegan. So like, I don't understand the relevance
No,
of
I
even
mean,
saying that.
no, I mean, we didn't go into it, but as a vegan, I mean, you still, I mean,
Yeah, but like, so what? So what's necessary? So what's necessary?
as a
What's the
vegan.
animal product that you need
Oh
that's
my
necessary for you
God.
to survive?
Look, the fact that you're not letting me speak freely, that should indicate to you that something is wrong.
You claimed
I'm not
that it's
denying.
necessary for you to eat animal
I'm
products.
not denying. I'm not denying anything. But the fact that
I
you
didn't say,
keep
hold on. I didn't say you were denying anything. I said that you claimed
I'm not
that it's
denying.
necessary for
I'm
you to.
not denying
I
anything.
claim that I claim that it's necessary
The question is, why do you
for
keep
to eat animal
but
products to survive. So
why
what
do
is that
you
animal product? What's
why
the
do
animal
you
product that
not
you need?
why do you
What's the what's the animal product that you
why
need?
do you keep
What's the animal product that you need?
why do you steamroll me
What's the animal product that you need?
Why do you steamroll me
What's
when
the
you
animal product that you need?
stop? Look, stop. Let's continue answering questions.
Are you gonna name the animal products?
I am going to speak freely, and and
Are you gonna
then
name the animal product? Are you gonna stop being a pussy? Or are you gonna
why
continue
you
being a
can
pussy?
write. Look, you can write down any question you want. We'll come back to it, but first you gotta let me.
What what's the animal
No,
product, guy?
I'm not answering. You need to let me speak freely, and then come back to the
This
question.
is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. You can't answer basic questions.
I said I
Like
would
you'll state a
answer.
proposition and
I said
immediately back off.
I said I would answer any question, but you have to let me speak freely. I'm not asking for
Okay.
much.
So you're good. You're gonna answer the question. So what's the animal product?
After I speak freely. You gotta let me speak freely.
Okay, ramble, and then I'm just gonna repeat the question.
Okay, I don't remember what I was gonna say. It's too late. So
Cool. Now you can answer the question. So what's the animal product
that what?
that you need to survive?
Mm, Look, I know vegan gains. I would say that any product is an animal. Any product involves what?
Oh my god.
What? Okay, let's continue
You you
answering.
you
Let's
you
continue.
got obliterated so hard that you're changing it to, well, you really, if you think about it, plants are animals too. Like that's what you're gonna go with. That's what you're gonna pivot to.
You'll never know because you don't let me speak
So
freely.
we're in agreement then that there's no reason to eat any animal, any, like cows or pigs or chickens or eggs.
Well,
Like
you
we're in a, or fish. We're in agreement. I'll
well,
just narrow it down if you're just gonna change the definition.
you're not letting me speak freely, so let's just continue.
No, go for it. Go for it. Say what you're gonna say.
I don't know. You keep cutting me off. I don't remember what I was in the
No,
middle
no,
of
go
saying.
for it. I'll let you finish. Go for it.
I don't remember what I was in the middle of saying. Oh yeah. So like you could argue that there is no such thing as a product that doesn't involve hurting animals. That product doesn't exist really, right? If you think about agriculture, that you got to kill animals, like even like lettuce. So you're killing insects, or you took over the land from insects, you took over the land from animals, and you have to kill the animals that come in to eat your lettuce, right? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm never sure when you're done rambling.
I'm used to you cutting me off whenever you feel like it. So you can cut me off, like just let me speak a little bit more. I'm not like you. Feel free to cut
Okay.
me off.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Let me know like when I've made my point. You need to respond when you feel like
I don't know when you've made your point. You let me know when you've made your point.
I've made my point, right?
Okay.
So,
So now that you've made your point,
mm,
um, yeah. So you said that
mhm,
it would be wrong
mhm.
to
I usually don't use the word.
participate unnecessarily in systems which inflict violence and unhappiness
No,
on animals.
I didn't say it's wrong.
Yes, you did. I can go back and find the clip. Do you
Um,
want me to do that? Do you want me to do that? Because I can, and then just like play it on the speaker.
you could if you want, but I'll
Okay.
retract. If I did, then I'll retract. So let's read the original comment. I'll give you my response. So, likes to see
No, no, no,
animals.
no. I mean, I'm not gonna have you like reframe
Why?
and say like you didn't say it when you did.
Um, if I did say it, then it's recorded and done. But I'm going to retract.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Oh my god, this guy. You can even just construct hypothetical. We saw this. Well, I wasn't responding to the veganism is as ethical as Nazism argument, which is absurd but different. I was talking more about the other arguments regarding subscribing to hive mind mentality. I don't I don't remember discussing hive mind mentality. I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I wasn't. We'll see. Specifically on socials. LOL. Moral relativism when it is distinguished by conformities. I don't even believe in moral relativism. I just don't believe in morality. Morality simply doesn't exist. People thought that's like saying one plus one is three. Some people think one plus one is three, and some people think one plus one is
Hey,
four.
pretty sure I found it.
Okay. I told you if I said it, then I retract, but you can go ahead.
Wait, just let like.
Hmm.
Yep, that's wrong. So there you go.
What's wrong?
You said that's wrong in reference to
No, it's not.
doing something
It's
unnecessarily.
wrong in terms of logic, not wrong in terms of ethics. It's wrong. The word wrong, right?
So
It has double
you mean
meaning.
like logically? You mean
Yeah,
logically impossible?
yeah,
Like there's a contradiction?
yeah. I think
Okay,
there's.
so what's the P in the Q? What's the proposition and its negation?
I barely heard what you said, but I said obviously that's wrong, meaning the comment. On what comment was that? Can you tell me on what comment was?
It was on the comment, likes to see animals happy, turns away from
Okay,
violence, participates unnecessarily
okay,
in systems which inflict violence and unhappiness on
okay.
animals.
So right, so let's look at it. So the problem is
No, I mean like you directly responded to it. Continue responding.
it's look, it's on my screen right now. So I couldn't hear that. But the point is, the one word in this
You said
statement.
I wouldn't do. You said I wouldn't do something that. Hold up. It was like I wouldn't do something that I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
need to do. So
lazy.
obviously,
Yes,
like
I'm
that's wrong.
lazy. I'm lazy. If something is unnecessary, then I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. So what's wrong?
Then I don't do it. Right? This whole statement is not true. It's wrong because if it's unnecessary, then I wouldn't do it. So you cannot tell me that I participate unnecessarily in anything because I don't participate in any. No one, it's not just me. No human participates in anything that is unnecessary. That
Yeah.
he.
No. No. We already went through that. We already went through this. All
Mhm,
right. And then you defended this proposition. Okay. You defended the position because you started naming things about like salad and stuff. Like,
mhm.
don't try to act like you didn't believe the proposition.
It's
Like
all
you're just walk
everything.
you're just walking it back now. Now that it sounds ridiculous.
Look, everything is recorded. I'm not denying what is recorded. Of course, I'm not denying what is recorded.
Yes, you do that. You actively do that.
Oh my God, what do you want me to do? I honestly, I'm not following. Where do you want
We
to
can
take
go.
this?
We can go to the next question because I'm pretty sure the audience like gets it. Like I'm pretty sure they saw it.
Okay. Uh, you want to go to the next comment that I've not responded to yet?
Sure.
Let me see. Okay, I don't know what this is about. People thought it was okay. Actually, I don't know how much they thought, but yeah, let's see. So, within what's legal and even acceptable, there are still a lot of different choices we can make, such as being vegan or not. So, we don't have to be carnists. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just like don't eat animal products. I don't understand. What the problem is. Oh,
Why?
you also said like something like vegans can't prove their argument or something while actively avoiding like our main argument line of argumentation, which is name the trait. Like so don't like you should really be agnostic on that. Whether we can like a veganism actually makes sense or not. You should just be agnostic because you just refuse to engage with the line of questioning because of your own personal reasons.
Hold on. So, first of all, about this one, within what's legal and even acceptable, there are still a lot of different choices we can make, such as being vegan or not. So, we don't have to be carnist. That's correct. I agree. And to that, you said, so don't be a carnist. The question is, what's the advantage of not being a carnist over being a carnist? Why?
Being a good person.
Right, but then I would ask you to define good, right? And you would end up with an axiomatic preference, which is
Yep.
ethically unadvantageous over any other position, like Nazism.
I think that most people would end up having axioms that
It,
agree
it,
with veganism
it
rather than
doesn't
Nazism.
matter.
Actually,
It doesn't matter with most
I
people.
think you would too. And that's
It
why you
does.
avoid the line of questioning
I,
because you probably think that it would lead to that.
that I'm personally anti-Nazi, yeah, but I don't claim to have the
Man,
moral.
oh no, why? Oh, why is that? Why is that?
That's my personal preference. It's axiomatic. I don't.
Wait,
I don't claim
wait,
to
wait,
have.
no, wait, what's the axiom?
Well, I can't hear you. Please come close to
What's
the
the
mic.
what's the axiom that's leading you to be anti-Nazi?
My personal preference, like
Like,
I-
what's the axiom?
the axiom. I happen to be a capitalist, so the Nazis were socialists. So I'm anti.
Hold up, that's not okay. What definition of socialism are you using, dude?
It's not even a
I'm not
definition.
even a socialist. I'm not even a socialist, but like a lot of socialists would disagree with you on that.
That doesn't. Again, that's meaningless. I don't care what a lot of
What
people.
what definition of socialism are you going with?
I don't even. I mean, any like the opposite of capitalism.
The opposite of capitalism. So no free markets.
Well, it's a spectrum. It's like there's no there's like you know there's more free, less free. So socialism is less free, and capitalism is more free. So I'm an extreme capitalist. Hitler was somewhat of a socialist. I'm not. So if we
Somewhat
define
of a
Nazi,
socialist, like what?
hmm? What?
Like what?
Wait, what do you mean? Like what?
Like what policies did the Nazi Party have that were socialist policies?
Um, I mean, you could even view the Holocaust as a socialist policy,
Because
right? It's
I don't
for.
know what part of I don't know what part of the free market inhibits a country from doing a Holocaust.
I mean, free. Well, the part where you're supposed to be free, you're supposed to give people freedom. So if you Holocaust them, you're taking away their freedom. But as socialism
Mhm.
doesn't care about the individual or about his freedom or anyone's freedom. Socialism cares about society or something, some abstract notion.
Is the word you're meaning authoritarianism?
No, nothing to do with
Okay.
that.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna call like Nazi Germany a socialist society because it did a genocide, like that's a weird definition of the word socialist, and
It's
that's
not.
also like a weird and that's also a weird reason to be against the Holocaust.
It's
Like what? I hate that that's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about like why you're
not.
against the Holocaust is because it's not capitalist.
I'm. I mean, I'm against. Like I'm pro freedom. So if you find yourself holocausting people, then you're taking away their freedoms. I mean, what do you think it
Wait,
is to
hold up.
be what?
Wait, you think
Mhm.
it's wrong? It's an axiom for you to be like a Holocaust human being?
I mean, I personally, I mean, the axiom for me is quality of life. I'm interested in my quality of life. I'm interested in elevating the average quality of life.
And so
And
because Nazism
no, so
depreciates that quality of life, you're against Nazism.
well, ultimately, but there's a few steps. So
Yeah.
I want to
And so
achieve.
like that's why you're against Holocaust, against people, hum, humans,
I mean
Jewish people.
not only Jewish people were holocausted, gays and
Oh yeah, I mean there
communists.
were lots of other I agree there's lots of other people that were Holocausted too.
So in
Like you're just
general,
and
look,
yeah,
I'm anti punishment. I don't think we don't need to punish. Like I'm pro freedom. We can improve our lives with zero punishment.
yeah, I agree. Holocaust restrict that freedom,
Yeah. So it just
and that may cause a lot of suffering. That's why they're bad.
I'm not even like the Holocaust was theoretically without suffering. Like the victims died with zero
Can we get
suffering.
a clip?
What?
The Holocaust was theoretically without suffering.
That's why they used Zyklon B. I mean, they tried to be as humane as possible when they killed the people. Let's assume that the Holocaust was painless. But even then, right? I'm against painlessly taking away freedoms. Like I'm against
Holocaust. Yes, you're anti-Holocaust. Holocausts are bad.
I'm against taking away personal freedom.
What is
So,
this? What is
but
this?
the reason the re
Why? Why can't you say like you're? Why can't you just say Holocausts are bad?
I mean, I have an axiom. My axiom is not like you would agree that holocausting terrible people is good, right? It's not that Holocaust in itself is good or bad. Like you believe in punishing bad people,
The Nazi Germany Holocaust was bad.
right? Right, but we
Right.
already that's a specific
Yeah. So,
Holocaust.
okay. So you yes, that's a specific Holocaust. Yeah.
But the
I
reason
can
I
agree. I can agree that you don't have an axiom against Holocaust in general. Sure.
right. So the axiom for
Okay.
me is
Right.
I appreciate
So.
listen, I appreciate personal quality of life. Like I want you and me and the average person to have the best life. In
Mhm.
order to
Yep.
accomplish that, I discovered that economic freedom delivers that.
So
And
I really wanted
socialism,
to have that part. I really wanted to have that piece of the conversation to point out that you were saying that you can't have a conversation about Holocaust and human beings, and you just did that. So you're again full of shit. But yeah.
look, I'm judgmental about my sound bites. So some sound
Hmm.
bites I can afford
Hmm. Hmm. You can afford the sound bites that make you look good, but not the sound bites that make you look bad.
precisely. Give me 10
Yeah.
seconds. Hold
Yeah.
on. Don't disconnect.
Losing my mind, losing.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm like I don't do any soundbite. I filter certain sound bites. Certain things I'm more afraid of. Other things I'm less afraid of. Like saying that like we can discuss the Holocaust on my terms.
Yeah.
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 Look, and I'll tell you one of the reasons I don't give vegan. I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom soon. So one of the reasons I don't give vegan sound bites is because that's when they leave the conversation because they want to leave on like on a high note. They want to get the
That's not
sound
true.
bite and run away.
That is not true.
Well, that's my experience.
That is not.
They get the sound bite and they run away. Can
So
you give me?
you fully ran through have you fully ran through Name the Trait before? Have you fully gotten to the end of that dialogue tree?
Of course, and that's when they
Has that ever happened? Has that
well,
ever happened?
and it's recorded. Everything is recorded. Can you give me a minute? I gotta run to the bathroom again.
Yeah, I wanna see this video after.
There's 500 videos. I can tell you, it was on
I
Discord.
want one. I
Oh
want
my!
one where you actually reach the end of Name the Trait.
Do
But
you
go to the
know
next
how
one.
difficult it is to find vegans to debate? Give me a minute. Give me
Sorry.
60 seconds. I'll be
Sorry.
right back.
There are hundreds of videos. There are hundreds of videos. I just want one. Well, do you know how hard it is to find vegans to debate? Which one is it, bro?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't
I just want one video of you reaching the end of Name the Tree.
look. I don't want to play it. You can find it and you can do whatever you want with it. I don't want to play it because
You don't have to play. I just want the video. I just want to be able to
it
know
doesn't
where it is.
matter. Look, it doesn't matter. What?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's happened. It
So
hasn't
why?
happened. You've never reached the end of Name the Tree
So why do you think? Why do you think I object to it? Why do you think I don't want to reach the end? What's my purpose?
because you're a pussy.
Hmm.
You
So
don't want to wrangle with the logical entailments of your view.
why? What would happen if I would? If I would? What
You
would?
might suffer some psychological discomfort. I've already explained this. I already gave that.
You believe that? You believe that I'm an old man. I've been through life, I've been
That's
through
even,
some.
that's even more embarrassing. That's even more embarrassing.
Oh my god. That's the best you have? I don't believe it. I don't believe that you believe this nonsense.
What? You don't think I believe that you're stupid?
Stop. You have to decide, is it stupidity or is it fear? Why are vegans
All of the above at
why
the
are
same time.
vegans so mean-spirited? Can you tell
Often,
me?
oftentimes, actually, they build off of each other. You're afraid, so you don't want to engage with the logical entailments of your view, and because of that, you end up having less knowledge. So it makes you stupid.
Why are vegans so mean-spirited? Can you tell me that? Why are you so mean-spirited? Why do you try to hurt my feelings?
I am not. Most people who I've talked to about name the trait, they usually, after maybe dodging a little bit, actually finish name the trait.
Yeah, I'm listening. What's going on?
Yeah, and then we have a nice conversation. Some
Okay.
people are especially persistent and not wanting to grapple with the logical
But
entailments of
I
your view.
told you already,
They're really, really annoying. They're
but
really,
I
really
told
annoying
you,
in
but
that
I
conversation.
told you already, name the trait assumes that I have a personal choice what is okay and what is not okay. I told you I don't have a personal choice. I live in a society. And that means whatever it means. Take it, take it. Take it to the ultimate conclusion. Yes.
Yeah, so
You
we already
you
you already conceded the society isn't forcing you to eat meat. Society isn't forcing you to be vegan. So you can choose based on your preferences. So you do have a choice. So
yeah.
shut the fuck up with that. You already conceded that a while ago, hours ago.
Yeah. I don't deny. I
All
never
right, so
denied that.
stop bringing up that dumbass argument then. That you don't have a choice. You do have a choice.
I'm saying I don't have a choice. Like like you're saying named. I'm telling you why name.
I can't. They're holding a gun to my head. I have to buy it. I have to buy the meat.
I have to. I
I'm not.
can't.
That's not what I'm saying.
I need. I can't do.
That's
They're,
not.
they're they're forcing me. I swear.
That's not what I'm saying.
I have no other choice. If I don't eat meat, I'm gonna die. Oh, but actually, like, it's because of how many carbs are in my salad.
That's not
The
what I'm
carbs are
saying.
too high.
Stop.
If
That's
I
not.
if I eat the carbs in the salad, I'm gonna shit myself.
That's not what I'm saying. Why are you continuing? Why are you going on? I'm telling you, that's not what I mean. I don't mean that. I mean, name the trait assumes, makes an assumption, and the assumption is incorrect. Now, you can debate the assumption, but if you agree to the assumption, then you agree that
So,
name the trait is a logical fallacy.
mm, so what's the assumption in there?
That the individual a has a choice to eat a human. That you can eat a human. You
Why
don't
does it
have
assume that?
what?
What's assumed by that?
I'm saying that's the assumption of name. Right? You're asking
Do you
me.
think it's? Hold up, wait, hold up. I
Hmm.
could just. I'm not accepting that it's an assumption, but even if I did,
Hmm.
do you think it's logically impossible to eat a human being?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that
Okay. Do you think it's physically impossible to eat a human being?
no. I think it's possible. Hmm.
Okay, well
People
then it
do
is
it.
possible for you to eat a human being.
People
So
people do it
that's
all
not
the.
going to be a critique against name the trait,
Okay. Look,
unless you have like some other meaning of possible, like spirit, like spiritually impossible to eat human being or some shit like that.
I told you, if a person eats humans, then they execute him. What? And so, what do you want me to do? I
Yeah,
don't
yeah. So like,
understand.
oh my
Hmm.
god, you can just change the hypothetical to where they don't do that, dummy.
Yeah, at that point, I'm
And
telling
so now
you,
name the trait doesn't. Yeah, so name the trait does not assume that.
right?
It
But
doesn't assume
you
any. It doesn't
agree.
assume anything about your worldview. It just starts asking you questions.
Look, you're asking me to name the trait, and I'm telling you that there's no trait. It's
No, no, no,
society.
no, 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 no. I'll go back in the video. You already said there was a trait. I asked you that. I did.
It's
I
whatever.
said so. I said so. I said so. The trait is society says it's okay, and you said yes.
Exactly.
So you said there's a trait. So stop saying there's not a trait. Don't do that shit.
Okay.
You already said there was. Like, do you just enjoy lying? Like, is that your thing? You
No,
have a lying kink? You lie pathologically?
okay. What do you want to do now?
How are you not ashamed of yourself?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You directly okay. So I asked you, do you know which trait defined this point? And I said, is the trait that society says it's okay? And you said yes. Do you disagree that that happened?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay. And so right now you're saying that there is no trait. Do you agree that you said that there is no trait just a minute ago?
I don't disagree.
Okay. So both of those things can't be true at the same time,
Yes,
right?
they. What do you mean?
Like
What do you
it
mean?
like it can't be true that you know the trait, have named the trait, and then there also isn't a trait. Like that's a contradiction. Do you agree that's a contradiction?
The way you present it, yes, there seems to be a
What
contradiction.
do you mean the way I presented? You just agreed that both of those things are the
Yeah,
like you
because
said both of those things.
but you also don't
Both
let
of
me
those
speak.
things are definitely contradictions. Like you
But
can't say that there is a trait. You're saying that there is a trait and that there isn't a trait. That's an obvious contradiction.
oh my God, you don't let me speak freely, so I don't know what to do with you. Tell me what to do with you. I don't want to waste
Yeah.
so much time. Like,
Yeah. So do you agree that saying there is a trait and there isn't a trait is a contradiction?
yes, I agree.
Okay. And you agree that there is a trait?
The way you presented it, yes.
Yeah. And you agree that there isn't a trait?
That's also true. Both are true, yes.
Okay. So you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Because I'm not. You're not allowing me to speak freely.
You agreed it's a contradiction,
You're creating
and
an
you agreed that you agreed
you're
to both
creating
things.
an artificial contradiction.
Fuck is an artificial contradiction.
You're not letting me speak freely.
Go for it.
What's the question? But let me answer freely. Give me free
Okay,
range to answer. Mm-hmm.
the series of questions were a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
You said that there was a trait.
Okay, let's go through NTT from the beginning, and you can let me speak freely, and we can deal with name the trait on the grounds of me being able to explain myself. Would you like that?
Yeah, if you agree to actually complete name the trait, sure.
I cannot promise that. You know that I can't.
Oh, okay.
So you
Why
want to
not?
artificially create an anomaly in the discussion and then
An anomaly?
complain.
The heck is
Like
an anomaly?
what you call like me lying, not lying, contradicting, schmontradicting.
You literally said you hold up. You agreed that it's a contradiction.
You're
You
not.
said that you said both of the things, and then you're now saying that you're not contradicting yourself. Like, what
Then
do you mean artificially creating it? You did this to yourself.
you shouldn't have a problem letting me speak freely and dealing with NTT now if you thought that I have a problem with it, right?
I just need you to concede that you contradicted yourself.
I don't care, concede, schmincede. Do you want to hear my response to
Yeah,
NTT? Yes or
I
no?
do want to hear your response. I do want to hear your response to entity, but we
Hmm.
can get onto that after you
Hmm.
admit that you contradicted yourself.
Seemingly, yeah, you created an artificial contradiction that I can resolve.
Okay, how are you resolving it?
You're not letting me speak freely. Well, by not letting me speak freely, you created a contradiction. If you would have let me speak freely, there would not have been a contradiction.
Okay, so yes.
Probably.
How would you would have resolved that seeming
Let's
contradiction?
go. Let's go through entity from scratch, and you'll see.
I don't believe you. Just tell me what you would have said.
Let's go through entity. I'll do the entity. Let's go through it. All right. So, is there a distinction between
Yeah, no.
no? What do you mean no?
Tell me how you would have resolved it.
I'm trying to. I'm going through entity. I'm doing it right now. Why
Yeah,
are you having such a hard time letting
but
me speak freely?
okay. So what? After we finish this,
Mm-hmm.
after I finish saying this, we'll go through entity. You said and
Mm-hmm.
agreed that you said
Mm-hmm.
there is no trait.
Yes.
You also agreed that you said there is a trait.
Yeah, you forced me. Yeah.
There is, and there is not a trait is a contradiction. If
Seemingly.
your audience can't see that, they're just as stupid as you. Now we can run NTT.
All right.
On your current moral view, on your current moral view, if all traits true of a given human who has moral value are switched to match those true of a given non-human animal who doesn't
No,
have moral value,
no, no,
is there
no.
any point in the trait equalization process where moral value is lost?
Okay. I never follow that definition of entity. I'll give you my entity. So entity
That's literally the standard rendition of an NTT.
I honestly don't care. I'll
Like
give you
that's official word
I
for word. Ask yourself NTT right there.
I officially don't care. I'll give you my official entity. So my official
It's
entity.
not. It's not my argument then. It's not my argument then. What the fuck?
Look,
How are you gonna run your own
it
version of NTT?
doesn't
How are you gonna tell me
matter.
what version of NTT
Oh
I'm gonna
my
run on you?
god. Why are you so difficult to talk to?
You're gonna like tell me what my argument is or what my line of questioning is. Like what the fuck are you? What are you doing?
Okay, besides being a vegan, what else are you? Maybe we can discover that we actually agree with each other on.
Okay, yeah, I identify as not stupid.
Jesus Christ. What do you do? Like, what's like in your civilian life? What do you do?
Advocacy actually.
You're a lawyer?
No, in the future.
You're studying? You're in college? You're in law school?
That's all the information you get, buddy.
Like, what do you like? What human rights, animal rights? What do you want to advocate? You
Did
gonna
you hear the last thing I said?
yeah. That's so you don't want to talk any further about yourself.
No, not my personal life.
Oh my god. So we can never discover that maybe we have something in common that you would stop hating me so much?
I'm a threshold deontologist, if that helps you. I'm
You
black, if that helps you.
I saw that you're black.
I have fluffy hair.
I saw your hair. It's beautiful.
Well, there you go. Now you know some more stuff about me.
Wait, what did you say about deontologist? You're a
Threshold,
natalist?
threshold.
Threshold? What does that
What?
mean?
Threshold deontologist. It's
Threshold?
like
Hmm.
explain it simply. It's like a combination of deontology and
I don't know what is deontology.
utilitarian. You don't know
Okay.
what deontology is?
No, I don't know any philosophy. I don't care for philosophy. So I don't know what deontology
Wild.
is.
Oh, good.
I
Okay.
know utilitarianism. I know what that means. I don't know what deontology means.
I'm not doing that. I'm not explaining to you what. If
Deont
you don't know what deontology is, I'm not explaining like threshold deont. I'm not doing
like
that.
is deontology the opposite of ontology? You don't want to answer?
Just look it up. Do it on your own time. There's the Wikipedia page on it.
I'm trying to figure out if I can have a conversation with you and get you to stop hating me so much. I'm wondering if that's possible.
Hold up. First of all, I never said that I hated you. I just said that you're stupid and a pussy.
That's okay, but that's not like that's hating. When
There are
you
lots.
hate,
There are lots of people that are stupid and pussies that I don't hate.
no, you hate me. That's hate. That's hate speech.
It's
You're
hate speech to call someone stupid and a
of
pussy.
course.
I will live in
Why
America where we don't have.
why are you so hateful?
I actually love people and I love animals.
Wait, did you get a message or did I get a message?
You got a message. I linked you to Wikipedia.
Oh, you sent me a message? Oh, gee, that's just an image. Oh, okay. There's no value. You just sent me a link to Wikipedia.
Yeah, and then on Wikipedia, search for threshold deontology.
Oh
Yep,
my
and then search
god.
all the philosophy stuff you need right there. There you go.
That's too much.
Also, I have another website for you. Um, there we go.
It doesn't matter. Look, I'm trying to
No,
understand
no, 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 no.
why are you
This
so
one, okay, dude. This one is
why
actually gonna help out a lot.
why
I promise you.
but
Go to that one.
okay, I'm going. But why are you so hateful?
Yeah, if you
That's the
yeah no,
question.
are you going to are you going to it?
Going. Why are you so hateful though?
Have you clicked the website?
Well, I'm going to. Psychology today, health, help, happiness, find a therapist.
Yes, seek help because you clearly need it.
Okay.
You can even go and select stuff that you specifically deal with. Like if you're a pathological liar, if you have trouble with confrontation, you can even select that in the type of therapist that you seek, and they can deal with
Okay,
stuff
you're
like that.
wasting
That way, you get
everyone's
a
time.
therapist that is tailored to you.
Do you want me to be a vegan? Yes, no?
I at this point, like
What do you mean at
I
this point?
personally will not give any thought post conversation about whether you are personally are vegan or not. I want more people to be vegan. If you go vegan, sure, good.
But do you want me to
But
be
like,
vegan?
it would be in line with my preferences for you to go vegan.
Okay, I'll give you a tip. So, if you want people to
Like,
join
no,
your
I personally, dude, I don't need help with converting people to veganism. Like I'm for the people that I've run NTT on, I'm pretty dang successful at it.
Mhm. Okay, look, in general, like,
You're just gonna tell me to be nicer to them,
but
and like
why?
no,
But
I'm
why?
nicer to the people that I talk to in real life about NTT.
But
Sure,
why?
because like
Why?
they're my personal friends and family, so I'm gonna be a little bit nicer to them.
Why?
Um,
Why do you choose to be
but like
nice to
it's
certain people?
because they're my friends and family. So
So what?
yeah,
Wait, did he? What's going on? What just happened?
you
Are you
can hear me.
there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you disconnect and connect? What happened?
You know,
Okay, let's. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? You wanna? You're like you're wasting so much time now.
I think I got a lot of clips actually to show as an example of how to waste your time on uh in a carny conversation.
Clips on how
But
to.
also, I think I showed why some of your arguments are absolutely ridiculous. So some
Okay.
of the time is well used. Plus, I'm trapped inside because there's a winter storm, so nothing else better to do.
Hmm. So you want to go?
Unless unless you have any more interesting comments to read or something else stupid to say.
Look, we can disengage now, and we can continue later. Like, look, you can like. I think we're having a somewhat fruitful conversation. You're becoming maybe a little bit less confrontational. Like most of this conversation, you were less confrontational than the first one.
I just called you stupid and dumb and a pussy.
Yeah,
Like that's
yeah.
3 minutes. I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm saying relative to the first conversation, you're less
I
confrontational.
think I actually have been meaner in this conversation.
No, in the first one you were.
I've certainly been meaner in this conversation than the previous one.
No, no, you haven't. And
Okay,
I think that in time you'll be nicer and we'll get along.
to you,
What?
not to you.
Okay. I think that like
Change and grow as a person.
okay, okay. That's what I'm trying to do. Anyway, so within what's legal and even acceptable, there are still a lot of different choices we can make, such as being vegan or not. So we don't have to be carnivore. I agree with that. I agree we don't have to
We
be.
already discussed that.
Oh, let me say this one. We don't have to do what society tells us to do in all cases. What you
True.
mean is we can't or have strong reason not to do things that will result in legal consequences. So,
Oh well, everybody's gonna agree with that.
right. So, the way I resolve this is that I believe, like, one of my axioms is called the rationality assumption. So, I assume all creatures are rational, which means all humans are
That's
rational.
stupid. Like you're not even one of those creatures. Why would you assume that?
Well, depends on the definition of rationality. So the definition of rationality actually is built out of sub assumptions. So, or the assumption of rationality is built out of sub assumptions. So one of the assumptions that makes up rationality is that a rational actor prefers more of a good over less of a good. So, for example, a rational actor, if he prefers pizza as a good, then being offered either one slice of pizza or two slices of pizza, will always prefer two slices of pizza over one slice of pizza.
No, it's absolutely not true.
Okay, why do you think it's not true? What's like, give me,
For
like,
for for one example, some things just like become less useful.
right, but
Like
you can either, like, all else remaining the same. You can choose one or two. All else in the universe is identical. What's your preference? What's a rational person's preference when it's a good like pizza that he appreciates? So if all else
No,
is
like if someone offered me
Mhm.
5 boxes of pizza, I would not prefer 5 boxes of pizza. I would just want one.
Okay, then you can ask two bites versus one bite, or like go to any measure that you do want one, and then add a little bit. So a rational actor
Whoa.
prefers
No.
prefer.
That's not even true. Like,
Mhm.
it's not even true.
Okay,
Some things you might only just want one of them.
then let's say if you want one, then I'll ask you if you want
Take a
half or
take a
one.
wedding ring, for example. Do you want 2 wedding rings or one wedding ring? I want one, actually.
But then okay, so assuming you can take the other one and sell it, so it's
Um,
fungible.
then sure,
Okay.
but that's not going to apply to all goods.
But assuming, look, we're trying to
Because there might
simplify.
be some things that have zero market value, or have
Assuming,
not, or have like no value as soon as someone uses it.
okay, but no one used it. Assuming it's even assuming it's a voucher. Assuming it's a coupon. Do you want one coupon or two coupons? You can even assume it's $1 or two
I mean,
dollars.
that's
You
just
can
like a coupon might as well just be money, dude.
might as well be money. Fine.
I say a coupon might as well just be money.
I'm saying then fine, might as well be money or coupon money or pizza. It doesn't matter. Like we're talking about the essence of the definition of rationality, of the assumption of rationality. So I'm assuming rationality. I'm assuming all humans are rational.
Why?
So when we say that, so assuming that humans value their lives, their freedom, their lives, they don't want
That's not
society.
even always true. I would.
Assuming a rational
That
creature,
assumption is false, though. Like,
but assuming the
that
people,
assumption is false.
fine, then
Not all humans want to live. Not all humans care if other people care if other
assuming,
people live.
right, but that's that, but by that, then they are not rational. So
Okay.
for example, a rational person appreciates life as a good and appreciates more of life over less of life. Also,
What do you
rational.
define as rational
We're
again?
defining right now. We're defining rational. This is the definition of rational. We're literally defining rational. This is the axiom of rationality.
Okay,
We're laying
sure.
down the
I can accept that.
axiom. So, so a rational person wants to avoid jail, wants to avoid execution,
Mm, why
because they
is
like
that? Is that
they don't
also
want
a
to.
part of the assumption, pre-assumptions? That's
I
that.
mean, if assuming life is a good, assuming a
Okay.
person's life is good, not that he suffers, that he wants to end his life, but rather assuming a person's life is good. So a person appreciates more life over less life. If you offer a person, do you want to live one more day or two more days? What's your preference? So a rational person appreciates living two more days as opposed to one more day. So that's the rationale. Okay, so going back to the comment, we don't have to do what society tells us to do in all cases. What you mean is we can't or have strong reason not to do things that will result in legal consequences. So we all, because because of our nature, we all prefer more of a good over less of a good and less of a bad over more of a bad. So if we're offer to work, let's say we appreciate work as a bad, we want to avoid work, and we're offered, do you want to work 1 hour or 2 hours? So a rational person prefers to work 1 hour, assuming all else is the same for the same pay, let's
Why?
say. That's just the axiom. That's the axiom of rationality. They assume, they
Like
appreciate what?
some things are like good because of the work that you put into them.
That's a violation of the rationality assumption.
Okay, so someone who um write and writes a birthday card is being irrational because they didn't take the easier version of just like buying it online and sending it
But if we assume
like
all
that way.
else, if we assume all else is the same, so the same product will be created either manually or using a machine. No one will.
And so like
No
they
one will.
okay, so they have the power to instantly magically snap the the birthday card into their hands instead of putting in the effort to go out to the store, get the birthday card, handwrite it. Um, you're saying that they're being irrational by not snapping their fingers and making it instantly.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't
If
think so. I
well,
think part of what makes like the birthday card meaningful is that they put in effort.
but let's say no one can tell. Let's say, right, all else remaining the same. We say in Latin, et ceterum paribus. All else remains the same. No one will know that you put in the effort,
Do you think they wouldn't feel bad? Wouldn't you?
but no one will
Wouldn't it feel
know.
fake to do something like that?
Assuming no one will know, right? You're handing. Let's say you created two products. One
You'll know.
No, let's say you created two cards, one manually and one you bought from the store, and they got mixed up, and you don't know which is which. So, or one out of a million, and you don't know which is which, or one out of a trillion, you don't know which one of them you invested energy, and they're all the same. Anyway, the point is that look, that's the rationality assumption. That is the axiom of rationality.
Okay.
So a rational actor prefers less of a bad over more of a bad. So given these two, or it's the same axiom, but let's say it's two. So a person, therefore, let's say a person has to work and can rest, can balance work and rest. But in order to rest, let's say by right, a person works, and by working, harvests. His work is to harvest food, and the more food he has, right, food is a good. So he prefers more of the good over less of the good. Yeah, but he prefers less of the work over more of the work. So he has to optimize, right? He doesn't want to work, but he wants the food. So a person needs to find a work life balance, work food balance. And we can add one more assumption of diminishing returns. So the more you work, the less productive you become. The more you eat, the less you enjoy. The more good you have, the less you enjoy. With every bite, you get less pleasure. And the more you work, the less productive you. Anyway, you can play with it, but like to, and then you can show that with minor assumptions, a person optimizes. And that's true for every creature. Every creature optimizes their life. So some of the time they spend searching for food and harvesting food, and some of the time they rest and eat. And they find the optimal balance. but that makes all creatures just robots in their decisions because they're all trying to optimize. Optimization is a mathematical function.
Where are you? What point are you getting to right now in reference to the comment?
So he says here, we don't have to do what society tells us to do in all cases. What you mean is we can't or have strong reason not to do things that will result in legal consequence. What I'm saying is there's no choice. We all have an internal optimal or optimization function built in. We're all robots.
So do you think it's just impossible for someone to break the law?
It's impossible for someone to break his own optimization function. We're all robots. So,
That's
mhm,
well, yes, it is.
what is
I could kill myself. There you go.
you cannot you don't have freedom of choice. You're a machine that is always running an optimization function. And every decision you make in life is the result of this optimization function. So, given societal consequences, you run the optimization function, you decide what to do. There's no choice. No one has a choice. We're all
Okay.
machines.
Well, so the optimization function. So you're saying the optimization function for vegans is like what? Like how does
I'm
this
saying
even?
some of us run the optimization function and decide to be vegan, but you're deciding because that's what you have discovered is your optimum in life. You're still optimizing your life. The person
How is
committing
this optimizing in reference to what? Like I don't
that's that's your
reference
function.
to what goal?
Just to have the best life. You want to maximize the benefit and reduce the negatives in life.
Yeah, but what's the benefit and the what's that I'm optimizing for and the negatives that I'm trying to reduce?
Well, you want to eat. You have right. You have to eat, and you have to work,
Okay.
and you don't have to eat meat. But meat might, let's say, is a little bit more pleasurable. But this pleasure comes at a cost of losing friends, and
Yeah,
so
so no, definitely certainly not.
certainly
Um
not what.
yeah, so I vegan, being vegan, I was the first person in my friend group to be vegan. And like no, so like the fact lose like not being vegan wouldn't make me lose or gain friends like that.
I'm not saying
And vice versa.
specifically.
Like
I'm saying in general, like every individual runs an optimization function regarding every little decision we make. When you eat, every bite you take, you're optimizing. You're thinking, okay, I'm going to take an extra bite, but then I'm going to be tired. I'm going to take an extra bite, but then I'm going to be fat. I'm going to take an extra bite, but I really have to run. I'm going to take like for every bite you're thinking you're trying to optimize. We're always trying to optimize. Should I swallow now or should I chew one more time? Like we're always optimizing, like even when we're not aware of it. We're always we're really machines designed to optimize. We've been perfected through billions of years of evolution to optimize everything in order to maximize, the survival of our genes or who knows what. But we're just machines that have, right, that just optimize our lives. But we're just machines. So there's no
so
room for choice.
you're saying it's most optimal for you to eat meat. Is that the point that you're getting to?
Well, it's not just me, it's all of us. It's whatever we do, that's just the result of an optimization calculation.
Yeah,
Would
okay. Well, I could just say I don't care that it's most optimal for you to eat meat.
you
Don't.
it doesn't matter. I just went through, right. I went through axioms. So you can disagree with the axioms, and you can create a different economic analysis. But I started from axioms. So based on these axioms, we're all just machines that are just
Hmm.
optimizing our well-being.
Yeah.
We're not ethical. We're just optimizing our well-being. Ethic. There's no room for ethics.
You've literally made references to ethical principles multiple times throughout this conversation, and you've already acknowledged that you like have them, even claiming that some things are bad and good.
Okay,
So I don't even know why you're doing that.
I'm answering this question, so that's it.
No, dude, you're just like trying to put you every single time. You just like try to pussy out of like trying to have a worldview.
I don't know. Did you look? Everything I said in this answer is that
You're just arguing like determinism or something.
yes, exactly.
It's
This
like sure, but just like say that. Like I know what determinism is. I kind of view life as like a play. Like everything was already predestined. It was always going to happen, but like I have no idea what the future is. So like I'm on the inside of the play. Like I don't know what the script is. And so
exactly,
to me, you could say it's a delusion that I'm making a choice or
exactly,
whatever. Um,
exactly.
but that's like a more of a, like a meta conversation. If like you like if I was like, hey, don't jump off a cliff, you're gonna be like, wait, I can't do it. It's I'm predetermined to jump off this cliff.
But you don't know that.
You don't know what you're determined to do. You
Exactly,
could be determined to go vegan.
exactly,
You could be predetermined to go vegan.
exactly.
So just go vegan.
Well, you need to somehow, right, manipulate me into that position.
I've already done that.
Well,
And I've ever or tried to do that, and then you just repeatedly dodged every time
I
we tried to
told
have
you
a
how to
conversation.
do it. Like the most important thing, if you want to bring me to, if you really wanted to bring me to your way of life, the most important thing is to be inviting, is to be nice. And
I don't. No,
you know what it means? It
no,
means vegans really
no.
don't.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Vegans,
being nice. I'm not being nice to people like you. You don't deserve it.
you know what it means? It means you don't want me to be vegan.
I don't believe being nice to you would make you vegan.
That's impossible. You don't want me to be vegan. You
Okay.
actually, if everyone
Yeah.
became vegan, you wouldn't like it.
Yeah. Why is that?
What do you mean? Because you would lose your moral superiority.
I don't care about that.
Well, apparently you do. That's why you're mean. You're mean
I don't
because
care about being better. Moral.
then
Care about
why are
being
you mean? Then why you
better
then why are you
relative,
then why are
more
you
moral
then
relative to
why
other
are you
people.
so mean? Why do you cut me off? Why do you not let me speak?
Do you think there's a logical entailment of being mean to not wanting everybody to go vegan?
You certainly wouldn't like yeah. You actually don't want me to be vegan. That's what's entailed in your behavior.
I don't know. Okay. I don't think there's anything that I could say to you, nice or mean, to make you go vegan. If you're so dumb that someone being nice to you is the difference between you going vegan or not, you can't actually
Why do you
philosophically grasp
why do you
the
care?
concepts.
But
You can't look past
but
the
you
tone
want
in which someone is speaking to
but
you.
you want to save the
The,
animals.
like
Why do you care if I'm smart or dumb? Well, you
go
want to
watch like dude, go watch like My Little Pony or something. Like if you
you
want people to just treat you, if you want to be, if you want that good-hearted
you
feeling,
don't
that
care
good
about the
feeling,
animal. This proves you don't care about so you
watch videos
don't
of puppies.
care about the animals. This proves you don't care about the animals. It's not about the animals. That's proof.
It's not about the animals.
Well, that's proof.
Hmm.
Can't be. It can't be that you care about the. It can't be.
You hear that, guys? If you're mean to a non-vegan, you can't care about animals.
Right? You're not trying to convert me in order to save
No,
the
I don't
animals.
care about. I don't
So
care
you
about
don't.
converting
So
every
you.
vegan at all
So
costs.
you don't. So you don't care about the animals. What do you mean at all costs? Just at the cost of not being
Oh,
mean? You have to be mean. All vegans
I don't
have
wait.
to be. Vegans
Hold up.
are known to be.
Hold up, Mister. I don't think I have a moral obligation to make anybody vegan at all.
Then you don't care.
I'm having
Then
this
you don't
conversation because
care about the
I
animals.
like to
We
debate
just
and
proved.
I like to be philosophically vigorous.
So
Okay,
we just proved
I
you
like to
don't
do that
care.
sort of thing.
Then we just proved you
I
don't
gave up
care.
turning you vegan a while ago because you're
So,
stupid and dumb and a pussy.
this proves you don't care about the animals.
Nope, I do
That's
care. Those. Do you think it entails a contradiction?
yes.
Okay, write the contradiction out.
No, I'm done. This is
Okay,
it.
well then shut the fuck up then.
I don't know how to write
If you
your.
don't know what the if you can't if you say there's a contradiction, write out the contradiction. If not, then shut the fuck up.
Are you gonna let me speak?
Are you gonna let me write out the contradiction?
I'm trying. I want to. Can I say it first?
Defend literally any claim of yours.
Can I say it? Would you let me say it?
Is it gonna come in the format of P and not P?
Whatever it is, you'll help me. I don't know how to write Discord.
Proposition and its
I
negation.
don't. It's up to you to help me. You want to help me, help me. You don't want to help me, don't. I don't know how to do these things. That's not. I don't do these things for a living.
Then stop. Oh my god. Learn propositional logic. It's not difficult.
You can teach me. I don't have any reason to learn it. No one. I never need it. The only
How
time I
about the
need
need
it.
to not feel stupid? Like how about that? Like
Okay, look,
how about to
we just went
not get dog
through.
walked in every single debate you have with someone who knows
We
basic logic?
Okay, we just went through the proof. So the proof here, I'll write it for you. Let me try and write it for you. Oh
A
Jesus.
proposition and its negation.
What I don't
Those would
even
be
know what
some.
those. Let me try. I'll do my
You don't know what a
best.
proposition is?
Proposition, yeah, sort of. Let's try. So you said P1, proposition 1?
No, that's a proposition and its negation
I don't know what that means. So let's
in conjunction with
Okay,
negation.
so
So it's
let's
like
so you
it's raining outside and it's not raining outside.
I don't know. So
Like
let's assume
my hand is gray and it's not gray.
okay, let's assume that your name is Onyx. Onyx wants to help animals. That's assumption 1.
Okay.
P2
When we say
by
P1, P2, P3, that refers to premise, not proposition, by the way.
oh okay. So premise 2 by being nice entails higher probability of helping animals. Or maybe I'll say of converting to veganism. And P3, veganism helps animals. So you want to help the animals by being nice.
What's the conclusion?
Okay, conclusion. So, assuming Onyx wants to help the animals, Onyx should be nice. Contradiction, Onyx is not nice. Therefore, one of the propositions, one of the
No,
presuppositions.
just continue writing it until it like. Don't just say it to me. Just continue writing it until it says it.
So, contradiction, Onyx is not nice. So, second conclusion, conclusion two, one of the premise.
I'm pasting this in study archives.
Okay. Wait,
Holy
did
fuck!
you write something?
No, I'm pasting this argument in study archives.
You in the study
This
archives?
needs the server.
Why in the study
This
archives?
needs to be studied.
This needs to be studied. I can't hear what you're saying.
This argument needs to be studied in study archives.
Are you in study archives? Are you? Did
I
you
mean,
say,
in the general study archives.
did you paste something in the general of the study archives?
I will in a second.
Oh, okay. In the general VC? I don't see general chat. Oh, there's general chat. Okay. Okay, but I'm becoming very extremely hungry.
Me too.
I'm going to leave soon.
Mhm.
We can continue after because
Absolutely.
finally we're having a very productive discussion.
By the way, this argument, this that you gave, is nowhere close to
Nowhere close to being what?
being valid.
Valid? I doubt it. I think it's valid. I think it's extremely valid.
Yep.
I think this is very deep. I think I
Are
finally,
are you actually an old man?
yeah,
Like how old? Like in your 30s,
I
or like
don't disclose that information. Very
are you
old.
above 40?
I don't disclose that information. It's not important. I'm very old. I'm old enough to
I know.
be.
You don't really.
I'm old enough to have lived to have seen actual slavery. Did you paste it? Oh, you did. A minute ago. Okay, Onyx wants to help animals by being nice, entails higher probability. Wait, that's you copy pasted mine. Veganism helps animals. Conclusion: Onyx should be nice. Contradiction: I thought you were gonna write something else.
You you know way too much philosophy stuff to not know propositional logic yet.
I can't hear what
It's
you're
just like
saying. What are you saying?
you know way too much philosophy stuff to not know propositional logic yet.
So you think
Like you
I'm?
know a lot of stuff that would just be in a philosophy class, but like you skipped logic and critical thinking
Well, I'll take it as a
as
compliment.
like the foundation,
I'll take
and
it
it's like
as
fucking you up.
okay. I'll take it as a
And when I
compliment.
say logic and critical thinking, like that's an actual class in college that you can take. That is the it's like it's called Logic 101.
I'll take it as a compliment.
It's partially a compliment.
I'll take it as a
And
partial.
this is it's mainly just like a statement of the facts.
I'll take it as
Just
I'll take it.
yeah,
As
like
whatever it
um,
is, I'll take it. Fine, good. I don't
let me find
disagree, and
let me find a video. I'm gonna send you videos that will help you immensely with
I don't
propositional logic.
watch videos of stuff. I only like watch if it's really
What?
yeah. I don't watch videos. I don't learn. I try not to learn stuff. I hate learning.
Oh, well, that I can tell that.
Thank
but
you.
you should.
Eh. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat not salad because
Goodbye. I hope I never talk to you again.
stop. I'll see you later. Bye. Jesus Christ. That was fascinating. Wow. That was absolutely fascinating. So finally, we understand why vegans are so nasty. Wow, why they're always so mean, why they're mean spirited. They actually don't want to convert you to veganism. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know. I don't know if it's true, but it could be true. It might be the reason why they're so repelling and abusive. We shall see. We shall see. All right. Anyway, it's been 5 hours. I think back to back's like 10 hours already. How long have I been here? Uh, the, what happens if I refresh this? Content. Okay. 26 views, 4 live viewers. Wow, that's amazing. Wait, so right now there's still 4 people watching? That's impossible. All right, everyone. I gotta go eat. So I guess I'll see you later. This was an extremely interesting. At the end, it was interesting. So slowly he is beginning to be less and less mean, which is fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Is this helpful for? I mean, I think it's helpful for vegans. If a vegan would watch this content and would see how mean spirited a vegan is and how nice an anti-vegan is. So yeah, I think vegans will say, "F this S. We're leaving schmiganism. We're going to be anti-vegans like Mr. Slave because Mr. Slave is such a nice guy." See, I'm nice because I want you to convert to my religion, which is anti-veganism. That's why I'm nice. I'm trapping you. That's how I'm able to convert people to anti-veganism by being nice. And also, it makes good content. All right. All right. See you later, everyone. Bye bye.